Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of the Pontiac City Council meeting will call to order in a few moments. If you have a cell phone, please put it on vibrate or silent.
Did you have a chance to read the resolution for Dr. M.M. Scott? It's number C in your agenda. Read it and let me know before we frame it for the service.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión de esta noche. Juntos podemos mejorar Pontiac. Welcome to your Pontiac City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. We give the floor to the Honorable Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. I pray everyone has had a great day. Our invocation this evening will be given by Pastor Kathy Lee James of the East Side Church of Christ.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you as we come today recognizing that this is a day that you have made and we rejoice in it on today. We come thanking you for the many blessings that you bestowed upon us. And Lord, as we come, we just pray for the many people in our city who are hurting and have suffered loss in this city. We ask that you would bless those who are going through very trying times in these hours. We pray that you would give us the insight to really be able to take care of each other, to love each other the way that you have asked us to do, Father. We ask you to bless this council today and the decisions that we will be making. We ask you to bless our city and its residents today. Lift us up, O God, where we belong. These blessings we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us now as a community as we have a moment of silence for those neighbors that we've recently had to say goodbye to. These are the names of individuals that we've been informed have recently passed away. Rita Anderson, Ray John Barnes, Larry Brankert, Joseph Brinson, Dorothy Brooks, Cynthia Bullock, Lillian Burrell, Willie Carr, Vanessa Cato, Pastor Glenn Chappell, Helen Daniel, Julian Dixon Jenkins, Julian Jenkins, who once served on the Pontiac Library Board and who was often in these chambers, Janie Dudley, Dorothy Folks, Latrice Foster, Alicia Flores, Chauncey Gamble, Johnny Givens, Ollie Gracie, Gene Grayson, Otis Guy Jr., Steve Hall, Bridget Haynes, Margaret Isbell, Major Jefferson, Trish Johnson, an educator in our community. Ashima Kelly, Gloria Logan, Rodney Marshall, Charles Martin, Willis Martin, Brittany Naylor, Oliver Officer, Lisa Pickett, Orrin Ramsey Sr., Reverend Dr. Matthew M. Scott, who we will be passing a resolution in his honor tonight, Ramona Simons, Curtis Smith, Christopher Spicer, Angela Stovall, Destin Thomas, Nancy Van Hull, very active with our sister city program with Kusatsu Japan, Andrea Washington, and Hildrew Williams. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you very much. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, roll call of city council members.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman. James,
Here.
McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That is before us. Is there any discussion, any amendments? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of this evening's agenda.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is approved. We're now at the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a
Support.
second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Here are the items that are in this evening's consent agenda. The May 7th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. The May 9th, 2024 City Council special meeting on the budget minutes. That resolution honoring the life and service of Reverend Dr. M.M. Scott of Eastside Church of God. The resolution canceling the May 30th, 2024 special meeting of the Pontiac City Council on the budget, since the 3 prior meetings will be sufficient. I want to get that off the books early. Resolution authorizing the performance resolution with the Michigan Department of Transportation for purposes of issuing the City of Pontiac an annual application and permit for miscellaneous operations within the state highways right-of-way. They're located in the City of Pontiac, but the state's domain, so an annual action there. A resolution requesting a written timeline on the Phoenix Place Apartments, enforcement actions, and next steps requested by Councilwoman Rutherford, advocating for an important housing complex in her district. And then finally, a resolution recognizing Pontiac resident Adam Polk Jr.'s historic wrestling record.
Point of information. Are we going to read the resolution about the Phoenix?
If you want to pull it from the consent agenda.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right, so Councilwoman Rutherford has requested that what has been F in the consent agenda be discussed. We'll make that, without objection, the new number 8, the final city council resolution.
Thank you.
And all others to follow. Any other items from the consent agenda that need to be discussed? All right, hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the consent agenda that is now letters A through F. What had been the Phoenix Place Apartments is no longer in the consent agenda. It'll be later in the agenda. All right, Clerk Doyle, roll call and adoption of the consent agenda.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and all those items have now been adopted. We are at our special presentation of this evening, celebrating Pontiac resident Adam Polk Jr.'s historic wrestling record. I want to give the floor to Pro Tem William A. Carrington, who wanted to make sure that we celebrated this very historic accomplishment from a very talented young athlete in our community. Pro Tem Carrington, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. It's an honor tonight to celebrate one of Pontiac's greatest wrestlers, as well as one of the greatest families of wrestlers in the city of Pontiac. I watched this young man from, elementary school move his way up all these years. Time is flying. to see he's the last one in this particular family to become All-State, not just one time, but 4 years in a row that he placed in a state championship. So I'm definitely proud of this young man. I'm hoping that him and his brother will get married and settle down and send their kids here to the Pontiac School District as well. Can I read any of this? So I'm very excited, and anybody knows me, I love sports. And I'm always trying to support our youth, regardless whether in the school district or other school districts. If they are City of Pontiac residents, we want to celebrate them. So whereas it is the sense of this legislative body to honor an outstanding young adult of remarkable character who is inspirational and who serves as a role model to others. And whereas Adam Polk Jr. was born in Pontiac, Michigan, and has attended Pontiac schools for this entire education. And whereas Adam Polk Jr. has a unique distinction and privilege of becoming the first athlete at Pontiac High School to be a 4-time All-State athlete in the Pontiac School District history. And whereas as freshman, he was state champion, sophomore year, 4th place winner, junior year, 3rd place winner, and senior year, 5th place winner in the Michigan High School Athletic Association Wrestling State Championship. And whereas Adam Polk Jr. comes from a long line of Polk-Logan family wrestling tradition since the early 1960s. And whereas Adam Polk Jr. would graduate from Pontiac High School with an overall 3.7 grade point average, wow. And whereas Adam Polk Jr. received a men's wrestling scholarship to Rochester Christian University, where he will be attending and majoring in business management in the fall of 2024. And thereby be it resolved that the Pontiac Council and members of this great community honor and salute personal accomplishments and achievements of Adam Polk Jr. for a job well done and for truly representing the city of Pontiac, signed Pontiac City Council, May the 14th, 2024.
We're going to have you turn the microphone on first. There's a bottom at the base to the right. There you go.
I just want to start off by thanking God, thanking my family, and thanking the city of Pontiac for supporting me. Going back when I was about 5 years old, I remember when my dad was up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I heard him getting ready to go to a wrestling tournament with my brother. And I came into the room and asked him, can I go and wrestle? And he had told me no because I had no wrestling experience. And my dad knew it was going to be a big responsibility on his part to make this a part of my life. So when I asked again, he said, okay, I'll register you and you will wrestle at your first wrestling tournament today. That same day we were at that tournament, I didn't win a single match, and that made me the competitive wrestler I am today. Fast forward to my 9th grade year in high school, I won a state title in the year 2021, and the best part about that year was not winning a state title. It was being able to step on the mat as a high school wrestler and compete for Pontiac High School. Fast forward to my senior year, I have became Pontiac's first 4-time All-State athlete and getting 100 wins in my high school career, and that to end off my high school career. With all these things I have accomplished came with hard work, faith, and discipline. And in conclusion, I would like to thank all the Pontiac rosters and athletes that came before me. And also, I would like to thank the Pontiac City Council for recognizing me today. So thank you.
Hey, do any of the coaches want to speak in a school board trustee?
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished council and Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor. This is truly an honor. It's an honor for me as well because I've had the opportunity for the last 4 years to be this young man's special announcer at his mats. And it's not heard of having an announcer at the mat, but because of the love I have for his dad and his mom, when he called me, there was no question about being there for him. And not only him, as well as his brother Julius, who's here, was an all-state wrestler and a freshman All-American at Rochester College. So it goes to show how well our children can do, not only within this district, but when they also leave the district. But I owe that to his parents. And I'm going to say the same thing that I said to them at the board office, is that we thank you in this school district for allowing your children to be part of our school system here. And that means a lot. and not only in athletics, but you heard what he has, a GPA of 3.7. Well, and if any of you know Adam Polk Sr. like I do, there's nothing less than a 3.0 in that house. And I want to thank Coach Polk's mentor, John Brown, who produced the Logan All-State family. And he was he was one of the best wrestling coaches we have in the history of Pontiac. Him and Steve Zabel over at Pontiac Central. So I'm not going to take up any more time. This is about this young man here. And you guys don't know how proud we are of this young man representing not only the Pontiac School District, but the city of Pontiac. And I appreciate them. And I told him when he become famous, and I don't know if he's going to WWE, I don't mind being a villain manager as long as I can get on TV with him. But I'm so proud of him and his brother and his family, and I love each and every one of them, and I thank you for letting me be a part of your family. Bless you.
I'm not going to try to be real long, but being Adam's dad and his coach at the same time, it could get difficult. But I really want to just take the time out and make sure that when it comes to the wrestling history that we mention Coach Bill Wilson, who's the founder of Pontiac Wrestling. Also, Coach Steve Zabel, as mentioned earlier, and Coach John Brown is still here because they the one that built Pontiac Wrestling. So everybody going around and who's better? Well, Coach Brown, Coach Steve Zabel, and Coach Wilson is the one that put all this together for us. So I never want to forget those guys for doing this for us. But today is a history day, not just about Adam, a history for Pontiac High School. Sometimes we hear about poke all the time, but it's not about that. So I just want to read some of the history makers over the years since the merger. The first history maker from Pontiac High School was DeAndre Polk, my nephew. He was the first All-State athlete at Pontiac High School. Next is Angela Bursey. She was the first female state champion at Pontiac High School. Dominique Stovall, he was the first back-to-back All-State athlete at Pontiac High School. Of course, we got Julius Polk sitting over there. He was the first freshman state qualifier in school history. Then it comes back to Adam again, the first freshman state champion in the Pontiac School District history. Also, we had Corey Thomas Jr., which received a resolution last year. Corey Thomas Jr. was the first undefeated state champion in Pontiac School District history.
And he's headed to Michigan State.
And he headed to Michigan State. Yeah. And of course, again, Adam is the first four-time All-State athlete in Pontiac School District history. I missed one. However, Efren Ortiz is the first Hispanic All-State athlete ever at Pontiac High School. And the combination with Julius and Adam is not the first siblings to be back-to-back, to be All-State athletes, but they the first back-to-back siblings to become All-State back-to-back years. And I'll just say today is not so much about Adam, but today is about Pontiac and Pontiac High School. And Adam is just the last piece of, what's going on and what's been put together in this city and what we can really do when we get on work. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll have, if you're able to join us up front, Mr. Polk, we'll have city council members file in behind and with the mayor and deputy mayor, and we'll present the resolution that's just been unanimously adopted in your honor. Everyone's face is visible. Let's give a warm standing ovation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the special presentation. Next on this evening's agenda, an item that was postponed for 1 week at last week's City Council meeting. That is for the resolution approving the appointment of Mark Ragsdale as the Director of the Department of Public Works for the City of Pontiac. We give the floor to the Mayor and Administration for any additional updates for the item of consideration.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. As I said last week, we're very fortunate to have an applicant who, I'll give folks a few minutes to clear out of the room.
Well, I wouldn't say minutes.
A few moments to clear out of the room. So as I said last week, we're really fortunate to have an applicant of Mr. Ragsdale's caliber interested in this position. He's somebody who has incredibly extensive DPW experience. He started out really as a rank and file DPW worker, has worked in a really large number of different positions over the years, went back to school and got both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree with a 3.97 GPA as part of his bachelor's degree and a 3.86 GPA as part of his master's degree. Both of those were in public administration. And, well, actually, one was in community development with a public administration concentration. The other one was in public administration. And he served as the DPW director in 3 communities over the course of his career. Just somebody who has incredible experience, a great track record, and is exactly the kind of DPW director that we need here in Pontiac.
So with that, any additional information that you'd like to offer before we have final questions and deliberation from council members? And thank you very much for considering the City of Pontiac for your next career step. There's a microphone button at the base to the right of the black device.
So if you look directly down from where the center of the microphone piece is, it's in the dead center to the right. There you go.
No, I just welcome any questions that the city council may have.
All right, very good. We'll go down the line. Councilman Rutherford, any questions or feedback?
I have 3. First of all, good evening.
Good evening.
First question is, what is your first plan of action in the first 90 days?
So my first plan of action would be to prepare a 30-day assessment and submit that to the mayor and deputy mayor, as well as a 90-day assessment. then my biggest plan would be to get us all under one roof.
Okay. Number two, what is your plan of action or course of response when you have conflicts within people that work for your work under you, and how do you what certain skill set do you require or do you attain to help you deal with when you have conflicts?
Can you give me an example?
So, example, I'm gonna work with you. I'm having issues with how you talk and your approach, or I'm having two workers that don't get along. How do you resolve those issues, and what's the steps that you take? Give me an example.
So I refer back to my training and refer to the DIS assessment, DISC. And that's based on personality types. So if you have for instance, if you have a D, that's somebody that's dominant. If you have somebody that's I, they're inspirational, right? Exactly. Mm-hmm. So I refer to my training. That way I know who I'm speaking to. So depending on the individual, I got to be able to speak their language. So that's how I would communicate with that individual based on their personality type.
And my final question is this. Prior to you coming to work here, what was your biggest challenge when you faced scrutiny or when you faced adversity?
So my biggest challenge that I had to overcome, and I'm very proud of that, was at the city of Hamtramck. The same emergency financial manager that leveled this place leveled that one, and I had to build a DPW from the ground up. They didn't even have a DPW garage. They had 2 outdoor employees, 2 indoor employees, and 2 pickup trucks. And I literally rebuilt that DPW from the ground up, hired part-time employees, moved them up to full-time, trained them how to plow snow, trained them how to operate a backhoe, started bringing back services that were farmed out. For example, the city farmed out the snow plowing, and they paid $48,500 a push for one snow event. Once I got the proper equipment and trained the individuals and brought it back in-house, we did it for just under $4,500 a push. So I was able to save the city multiple $1 million just in over time, just in bringing the snow plowing back in-house. But part of that challenge is doing things that's unpopular. I wouldn't have to worry about that here at Pontiac because they don't manage their water and sewer program. But at Hamtramck, I had to start a shut-off program to shut the water off, and I started with the most highest accounts, which were the businesses. And I within 3 months, I brought in $1.2 million from just getting money owed from water bills. So
you answered it. That's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Mikhail Goodman, any questions or feedback?
Feedback being, the city of Pontiac is very receptive of wording and how you go about things. And mentioning the words water shutoffs has already gotten murmurs in the room. So I would like to give you some advice of being aware of how you mention things just in general. Because as for one, as a person who is very much against water shutoffs, although I know that will be no part of your job here since we don't control our water department, but as someone who's like actively fighting against them statewide and fighting for the water affordability bills, as that is not directly related, the way in which you go about things when you're interfacing with council and residents, I hate to say that it will be analyzed extremely, so just a bit of caution.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President McGinnis. Just a few questions. One is, every April, our ordinance says that businesses have to have their lawns cut as well as residencies. Many years, for the past 15 years, we seem to be always behind the 8 ball. What would be your process if you was hired by the city of Pontiac?
In terms of mowing city property?
Yeah, city property, getting commercial property mowed as well as residential.
So first and foremost, when we finish our final cut, I haven't had a chance to see what my staff looks like, if we have in-house mechanics or not. But if not, that like we do currently in my current employer, as soon as we're done with our final cut, all the mowers go in for servicing. So that's the time they get the mowers serviced. Everything goes in for servicing, and then it's ready to go as soon as the weather breaks. And then, of course, then you're going to prioritize the areas that you're going to cut.
Okay. And my follow-up question to that is, what's a particular one of your strengths that you bring to this particular position?
My ability to build a team. That's what has made me so successful in my career, is having the right people in the right place. And I practice transformational leadership. An employee is something you build up, not tear down. So nothing says that I care about an employee more than providing them the proper training they need to do their job and giving them the proper resources they need to get that job done.
All right, thank you, sir. No more questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kathleen James.
I have no questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman William Parker, Jr.
Thank you, sir. I do have two. One is, what is your management style?
The level?
What is your management style?
Oh, style. I practice transformational leadership. And by doing so, yeah, I can give you some examples, but I've had people that have worked for me for years because they like my management style, and I give them the tools and I give them the training to do their job. I don't micromanage. So like I said, I practice transformational leadership. I believe employee is something you build up, and you do that. I'm big on training. Training saves us money. It saves us claims on workers' comp. It saves us from violations with OSHA and different outside organizations.
How will you bring the successes that you've had in your past jobs to Pontiac?
First, you got to sit back, and you have to sit back, and you have to listen, and you have to observe. You have to see what's going on, what works, what doesn't work. I do that by interviewing the current employees, finding out what positions need to be filled, filling those with the right individuals, getting the proper vendors in to do the job, proper vetting of those vendors, putting out contracts, RFPs. So it's all about building a team. All those people are part of your team.
Okay. And my last question. From all of your experiences, what did you learn not to do as you move forward in your career?
Well, that's a lot. One of the things that I learned not to do is I learned from one of the worst managers that I've ever had before of what not to do, and that's treat people fairly. You can't treat one employee differently than you do another. And that's, I haven't, so far I have not made that mistake, but I've watched that many times. And then some of the other things that I've learned not to do is not to send an employee to do a job when you know that they don't have the proper training or the proper resources to do that particular job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Rutherford.
Just not a question, but a comment. I just really hope that if you're given this opportunity that you stay, because in the past, we have done things to make sure that this position was filled, and less than 6 months later, the previous person left. And I get that you have your education. I just hope that you have the support of the administration, and that the administration allows you to actually run your department yourself. Because what I don't want to happen is that you get burnt out. That's my only hesitation, is that that you're treated fairly and you're given long range to improve. And I've said that to you privately, I've said to you openly. That is a hesitation for me, because we've made decisions where I've seen individuals get raises and they quit. And I've seen people who were told they're going to get training, and then they get a training, and guess what? They quit. And so that's my only reservation. Not that you're not qualified, is that I just want to make sure you're in it for the long haul, because we need someone to be here for the long haul, and that's all.
I feel that I covered those issues with the mayor, deputy mayor, and the HR director in the interview. And I feel confident on the response that I got from those individuals, or else I would not be here right now.
Cool.
Good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, representing District 7. One of my questions is, what's your favorite machine to use in the DPW toolbox?
That's easy. That's a backhoe or excavator, either one. But if we're talking actually machinery, I used to be a backhoe operator for many years. At one time, I could scratch your back with it.
Duly noted.
If you're willing to take a chance, I might do it again.
Not tonight. You mentioned that you've obviously had a long career, looked like in Brownstown Township. Was that your first public works position with the municipality?
Well, I worked for the city of Taylor when I was a kid for about 6 months, and I went to school for heating and cooling, got my certificate, and then I started my first full-time job, in 1992 with Brownstown Township. I was there for 22 years. I held every job in the DPW from a laborer all the way up to a foreman. And then I went back to school, got my bachelor's, my master's, and then I became the director of public works for the city of Hamtramck.
Well, I just want to commend your professional career that you have literally walked the walk in many of these different capacities with Department of Public Works, which I think is important. So that way, as you mentioned, you understand the capacity challenges that you wouldn't want to send a member of your team out into the field for a role that they are trained for or aren't given the proper resources and support for, and you've got firsthand experience on that in a well-rounded way. So I want to thank you for being committed to public service and doing it for as lengthy of a career as you have. On behalf of the people of Pontiac, I just want to say that you are considering a career with a very beautiful, historic, unique, and resilient community. We have 21 square miles that have many different public works, if you will, public facilities, public, city property, and it will be, I think, a very invigorating challenge and opportunity. And as you've probably already, some of your answers indicated, that those opportunities mean what's next for public works, what's the long-term future for the facility and operations, so that way it can be safely done, efficiently done, and the most cost-effective way with the taxpayers' resources. So on behalf of the people of Pontiac, thank you for considering Pontiac.
I appreciate that.
Are there any final questions or just deliberation? Councilman Goodman.
Well, this is the deliberation where it's a comment towards
Sure,
the
yes,
administration. To just nail something home, do what you can if the man is approved to keep him here, because I do not want to have to, before we are running for re-election or whatever happens, to have to be sitting here again. And I say that not just in this position, but in multiple others. I would like that the decision that council makes be something that is long-standing, as it is necessary for us to be able to do our jobs to move the city forward. So I am saying this in the nicest possible way do what you have to do to make sure that the job can be done. So I'll leave it there.
Any final deliberations of the City Council?
One more for the road.
All right.
Just so that we have it on record, your style I gotta ask this because I just got to. Your style, you said you do from the train up and you don't just try to get people removed, correct?
Correct.
Fired is what I'm worried, because I want to make sure there are people that are very afraid, because there have been others who say, I come here and I want to galvanize, and I'm not saying you're like this, I'm just putting it on the floor. And then several people who have worked here for years, 28 I might add, were let go. And I just want to make sure that our people who have been loyal and faithful, although I can't tell you what to do, that we pay attention to those who have been here when you weren't here, and that we treat them fairly and we be respectful. That's all I'm asking.
So I treat all my employees fairly and with respect. And I'd also like to point out, Council President, that thank you for acknowledging the fact that I did work my way from the ground up. And when I come into a new municipality, that goes a long way, because I'm not just some pencil pusher college boy that graduated college. when I go out on the job site and I see something's not being done right, I know because I did it for so many years. I grew up in a backhoe, right? So I know what needs to be done or what doesn't need to be done. And at the same token, if somebody's trying to smoke screen me, that's not going to work either because I've been there. I've done it. So I wasn't always the guy in the office. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. The motion in the second was made at last week's meeting prior to postponement, so we have that properly moved question before us of shall we adopt the resolution approving the appointment of Mr. Mark Ragsdale as the DPW Director for the great city of Pontiac? Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Congratulations to our new Department of Public Works Director, Mr. Mark Ragsdale.
Thank you.
Next is number 3 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the appointment of Cameron Hoadley as the Chief Assistant City Clerk?
Point of information, do you have a copy of her resume? Because I wasn't given it. No, it's not. It's not in my packet. Can I have a copy of that, please?
Is there a motion before us?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Parker. So that motion is before us. Clerk Doyle, you have the floor.
Do the council members have her resume in their packet? Who's missing? So the other council members have seen her resume.
Okay, I'll move forward. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So as the council is aware, we've had a difficult time trying to recruit someone for this position. The council approved a few months ago for GovHR to help us with our search. GovHR screened a number of candidates. They presented us with, then I met with the GovHR recruiter. We narrowed it down to 3 finalists. We then had an interview with the 3 finalists. I narrowed that down to 1 particular person. We had some further interviews with some of the council members and as well as the clerk's office team. So the person that I'm recommending is Cameron Hoadley. She currently is the city clerk for Frankenmuth. She previously served as the deputy clerk for Mundy Charter Township. Ms. Hoadley has a bachelor's degree in political science. She will complete her master's in public administration this upcoming December from Villanova University online. She's skilled in the elections. Actually, she's been working elections since she was 16, which is the earliest that you can actually do it legally. So I believe that I've found the best candidate for this position. So I'm recommending approval.
Thank you, Clerk Doyle. And now we turn the floor to Frankenmuth City Clerk Hoadley, if you want to share any further perspective on why you pursued this position and the perspective you'd like to bring to the role if approved.
There are several things about Pontiac that interest me. One is how many residents come to city council meetings. That's incredible to see. And just the history of the city. It's something I want to be a part of. I want to see Pontiac grow. I want to see Pontiac have that upward momentum that it seems to have right now. I'm just very excited to be in this position. I have worked elections since I was 16. I've never thought about doing anything else. It's something I am incredibly passionate about. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Yes, I'll go through council member by council member. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
Well, sir, I don't have any questions.
Okay, and thank you, Councilman Parker, for being part of the one of the interview teams.
I just wanted to say thank you again for coming out this evening and sharing with us. I was part of the interview team with you, and I was certainly impressed with your energy, your knowledge, and your maturity in handling the issues of where you are currently assigned. So thank you for wanting to be a part of the growth that is taking place at Pontiac.
Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
I don't have any questions. I would welcome you, though, to be a part of the team.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Actually, what's your vision when it comes to a clerk office?
It is focused around teamwork, especially in elections. You can't do that role alone. There are too many facets to it to be able to do it properly if you're just one person. So it involves a lot of communication, a lot of bouncing ideas off of each other. That's the only way to really grow and evolve. And in a clerk's office, that's necessary because laws are changing pretty much monthly at this point.
Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
So because Pastor Parker said something about maturity, which is a very specific thing, I'm not going to ask the question that I really want to ask, and I'll ask it later. But for what it seems like, you have a extreme amount of experience. For what I can make assumptions on is probably not the largest amount of time. And so I have a massive level of respect for that, especially, again, already being the city clerk in Frankenmuth. I guess the question that I have for you, being in the clerk's office, is, how do you see your position or how you fit in terms of doing resident engagement and voter engagement? Given that you will be in the clerk's office and the city has, like, transparently somewhat of an issue when it comes to participation, but just in general, like, trying to make sure that residents know about what's happening when it comes to elections, or really the many other things that the clerk's office handles. Because again, there are a lot of people who know how it functions. I'm looking in the room to Kermit Williams, the former city council president, because I know he's in there almost every other day. But then there are some other people who are just not. So I want to see, how that gap can be bridged and where you see yourself in that.
Something I did notice in the research I did is that voter turnout is lower than average in the city of Pontiac. I think that is something you can tackle with education. Like, there's a lot of belief that one vote won't change anything. And we know that that's not true. One vote can mean the world. And I think it's really important to let people know that, let them know how important their voice is, that they deserve to be heard. And I think starting down that road, more people will want to be involved, more people will care. And it's just getting word out that elections are coming up. There are, especially smaller elections, a lot of people don't realize that they're even happening.
So I guess, like, the other question I'd ask, because, outside of just elections, engagement is a outside of cycle thing as well. So I guess, like, outside of elections, what do you see as, like, again, being something that you can do to just increase participation and engagement constantly, year round, outside of just the hyper-focalized point of elections?
I think to start, it's just about listening to residents' needs. I'd imagine they're going to tell me what I need to know instead of asking. I think that people know what they need a lot more than I can assume that they want to hear about or want to see. So I think that's the starting point. But social media was on one of the hopeful tasks for me in this position, and that's something I would like to utilize along with just putting up flyers like, come share your concerns. We have city council meetings on Tuesday. Come speak to us. You're welcome in the office anytime. I think it's a lot of just engaging as comfortably, or not even comfortably, as, I can't even think of the word, as normally, like going to community events, going to meet different people, community leaders, and just sharing how important it is to share needs and wants.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Number one, good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Again, I'm fair and middling. When you were the deputy clerk at Monday Charter for full times, describe an event where you've had to de-escalate issues with voting.
In 2020, we had a lot of issues with voters coming to the polling place wearing hats or shirts that are not allowed in the polling place. They typically did not take kindly to being told that they had to turn their shirt inside out or they had to take off their hat. And at one point, it escalated incredibly to where I had to call a police officer to try and de-escalate the situation, which isn't really my first go-to in a polling place, but they ended up being able to move through, vote on their own. No one was too disturbed, I hope. It was something that happened very quickly, but I could tell the voters that were already voting were uncomfortable with the situation. So after that, it's just trying to recoup the group into, this is a polling place, you're allowed to have your own beliefs and thoughts, but they need to be kept to yourself.
Okay. You are bilingual, correct?
I am partially bilingual.
Good. How will you use your bilingual assets to improve the gap between the Hispanic community for voting? We have a large Hispanic community population that oftentimes are not engaged with our process. So how will you use being able to speak Spanish and your past history to actually improve for the Hispanic community?
Being able to communicate in their first language or only language would help them an incredible amount. I don't actually have experience in the workplace speaking Spanish, but we had a lot of deaf voters where I worked previously, and I don't know sign language. So having to learn how to communicate that way really put me up to the task of being able to actually be able to speak a language as someone else.
And my last question is, you worked with the Student Government of Administrative Affairs, correct?
Yes.
Explain a moment where you've had to go, say you had something doing with the administration and you had to go fight for them. How would you use those skill sets that you did as a student in the Student Government Administration and this position becoming the deputy clerk?
It was, because I went to school at University of Michigan Flint, there were people from all across the world that were interested in telling our student leadership what they should be doing, and not everything is feasible, just like in local government. A lot of people have grand, great ideas that are going to take 5 years to implement, and sometimes the public or other students don't really understand that. So I think it's the greatest skill I took away from that is being able to explain things in different ways. Not everyone understands the same way, so they're not going to understand, no, we can't do this right now. They're going to take that as, we're never going to do that. Instead of, oh, this is our plan for the next 5 years to figure out how to implement the things that you need.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. The City Council has previously voted in terms of the reestablishment of this position. It is prescribed in the charter as a possibility. So per the City Clerk, we've worked in partnership to make sure that that position is active once again, and that recruitment has allowed us to get to this point with the strongest possible candidate. So Clerk Doyle, my first question is actually for you. Any reflections you want to offer in terms of the decision has already been made by the City Council that we want to proceed with the Chief Assistant Clerk, but do you want to reflect on how this will expand your office's team ability to get the business done of the clerk's office and for the people of Pontiac?
Thank you, Mr. President. So as some of the council members have mentioned about community engagement, social media, the clerk already has a Facebook, Twitter, Instagram account. But the clerk's office is pulled in so many different directions in putting out numerous fires at any given time. We really need to improve the capacity of the clerk's office. So Ms. Holy's experience in social media will be a great asset. Community engagement, expediting the FOIA process as well too. So I look at this position as a way of the clerk's office being able to expand the services that it offers the citizens. Because in most cases, in a lot of cases, we're the first point of contact for citizens with city government.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest in pursuing Pontiac as the next step in your professional career, but thank you for choosing this path as your calling. Public service and the administration of elections is not easy, sometimes not glamorous, and not necessarily the most lucrative gig in the world. So I want to thank you for that. In the interview process, I want to really emphasize your answers that you offered about supporting and recruiting and retaining election workers, that those community members that come together a few times a year, that's a really important process. You grew up in part in this life. Your mother was a clerk, and you saw firsthand the dedication that she put into public service. But I want to really say that I appreciated your answers through the process about, at your various steps in the process, how important that was to provide that support and that training. Our team at the city clerk's office has done an excellent job with limited resources, and so I'm really looking forward to, should you be confirmed tonight, that you be a part of the team, that the team is really valuable and important to us, so you're not going to come in sort of being the savior or the solution to everything, but that you are going to be a critical piece of the team puzzle. And I'm really grateful that all indications are that you've done that before, you can do that again, and you have the personality style that can work hard and work effectively with the team to do this important work.
Thank
so if there's no further, yes, Clerk Doyle.
Mr. President, that's why it was very important to me that the clerk's office current staff was a part of the interview process as well too. Because really, I want to make sure we had someone who could really fit within our current employees and would be able to increase our capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final discussion? Speakers list is exhausted. The question before us is adoption of the resolution approving the appointment of Cameron Hoadley as the Chief Assistant City Clerk for the City of Pontiac. With that, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The appointment is approved. Congratulations to the city's new Chief Assistant Clerk, Ms. Hoadley.
Thank you so much.
Next on the agenda is recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials in our community that wish to give an update about their positions?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Clerk, and new Assistant Clerk. I'm very excited about those news. Just wanted to come and speak about the charter that passed the governor's hands and is now going to be on the August ballot. I was able to watch last week's council meeting, and I heard several things. You might want to start my clock, Mr. McGinnis.
Our rules actually don't have a time limit for elected officials.
But if you can put a clock on me, that'd be great. If you can put a clock on me, that'd be great. Because I can go and talk for hours on this. But I'm going to keep it to 30 seconds or less. One of the things that we tried to do was really safeguard this charter. My 12 years sitting on the Pontiac City Council, we went through numerous emergency managers and numerous mayors through that time. And one of the things that we had happen was there was a lot of things that the charter just didn't speak to in the years of 2020 to 2024. And so updating the charter was very important, but also safeguarding the citizens. And one of the things that I hope everybody looks at is there's a public integrity officer and a department in the new charter that will help with disputes. Right now, if the mayor and the council have a dispute, their only recompense is to go to the court system in order to get something done. And that will cost the citizens tons of money when a lot of things don't really arise to that level. But I think that the old charter spoke to the better angels of people, and we found out that some people just lived in the margins and lived in the gray area. And so the new charter will basically, for lack of a better term, idiot-proof the city. So if somebody is a rogue actor, they can actually have something to really stop them from having. Another thing that we did was try to make sure that there was going to be some additional balance. District 2's council person is not here tonight, and over the years we've always had one or two council people who've had illness or something else that's really not allowed a full roster at every meeting. And so having an at-large council person, I believe, will help cover some of those gaps, as council people know. And then the most important thing with my last 10 seconds that's in the new charter that the city council should jump up and down with is we stopped the council meetings from being mandated every week. So it would be bi-weekly that you would have council meetings, so y'all will have some Tuesdays back in your life. And I know the mayor would be happy about that also. Thank y'all so much. I'll talk more about the charter next week.
Other elected officials that wish to get update on their positions.
Good evening, everyone. Council President Pro Tem. I just wanted to say hello since I am in your space. I wanted to acknowledge you all and let the community know that I am one of your trustees here on the Board of Education with the City of Pontiac, and I am here to serve you. That's what us elected officials are here to do, is to serve. So I'm glad to be in this seat, and I'm glad to be here this evening. So hello and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Other elected officials present that wish to get updates on their positions? With that, we're now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, any requests tonight?
Yes, President McGinnis, first and foremost, Robert Bass, what item on the agenda address? All right, you have the floor. Yes, sir.
I like curveballs. Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Citizens District Council, located in District 1. I'm here to speak about 8 and 9. We are opposed to both. Block Grant 2019 reprogramming. When is the first few $1 million that was put into the housing repair program and the added $1 million that was council passed a resolution to move into that account? Where is that money? And 2, if approved, if you approve the consolidated plan, you not only remove the CDC and coordinating council from the plan and oversight, also processing, you remove each council person, each council district member, giving the administration complete autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kermit Williams, I'm assuming he just left. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Do you want me to restate my issues, or do you have them on the paper there?
He's got them.
He's got them. Good. All right. I'll start out by saying I see on the agenda you have asking the mayor again, what is the status of the increased pension benefits for the retirees? I have some additional information. I talked to Patrice Waterman, who's on the GERS board, and she said that yes, that they had approved the terms, so that it's now going to the judge for his approval. So that means if that gets approved, we'll be back to where we should have been 2 years ago in terms of getting the increased monthly pensions for the retirees. So I thank the council for moving this along by telling the mayor to stop this unnecessary lawsuit that was costing us more money and fees. And I also have the news that I told you I had worked out a plan to have that increased permanent pension before I left office. And the IT was able to find the town hall recording, and they have now reposted that again. So we're back to where we're. Too bad that retirees had to wait this long. I don't know how much longer it will take to the other details to get this done, but at least you got it on the road. I'm sure the retirees thank you for that, Council. The other thing is, it's good we've got the two new department heads now, well, a chief assistant clerk. Sorely needed because so many things were going awry in this administration because so many of the, as you pointed out and lectured the mayor on, so many of the talented people, department heads, had walked away from this administration over time, including one of the HR directors that you had to pay off $33,000 to keep her from filing a lawsuit because of the way she was handled. There are other things that have come up that have embarrassed the city in terms of the way talented people are handled, and that was why so many of them had walked away, leaving us with hardly any department heads to give reports at the budget hearing last week that I attended. So I wish them well, because if they do well, the city will well and continue to progress.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Carlton Jones.
I want to speak to, just echo some of the comments of Mr. Bass for the CDC. I think we really need to take a good hard look at how our block grant is set up and how it should be inclusive of community. We just need to make sure that we are functioning in that way, that we can engage in the community as much as possible. I admired a young lady who came up and said, you know, she sees some engaged folks here, and we're trying to encourage more engagement. And I think that's what our city needs, is more engagement of the citizens, and I appreciate those ones. The other item that I really want to talk about is 13, where we talk about these ARPA dollars. The ARPA dollars, from my history of doing any and all checking, was meant to try to revitalize the citizens. That was a major setback with a lot of citizens. Brick and mortar is nice, but we have to try to do as much as we can to try to see how we can impact the lives of the citizens so they can rebound from the COVID. So if we can do as much as we can to try to trickle those ARPA dollars into helping citizens directly, I think we'll be much served in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Darlene Clark, what item? You gonna pass? Ms. Gloria Miller, what items? Okay.
I want to speak to the CDBG money as well. This is the last item really in the city that the citizens have to have an input in the city. And I'm going to watch those votes for the CDBG money because it's always been in the control of the citizens. And that's going to let me know where you stand with the citizens. You're going to take, now you're taking us all, but first of all, you don't listen to us. Now, if you take the CDBG money, when they had a meeting, and I was at that meeting at the library and with Ms. Younger and stuff, the money was already proposed. Most of it's going downtown. And that's why it's so very, very vital that we can control something, some money up in this city. And I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to watch the votes. You took the power from us. You got the power to take it tonight or to give it, let us keep it. But I tell you, it's not going to roll well with the residents because that money belongs to the citizen of Pontiac. That's some money that we can tell the administration what to do for a change. And now you're going to take it from us. And so that's all I want to say. I just want to watch the vote. Election is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our agenda address, President McGinnis.
Okay, next on the agenda is number 4. Is there a motion for adoption of an emergency ordinance declaring a moratorium on the issuance of adult use marijuana permits and temporarily suspending the effect of city ordinance number 2424? Is there a motion or a second to consider?
I'll move it.
Okay, it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman James. We give the floor to Clerk Doyle for perspective.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the purpose of this moratorium first should clarify that there was a moratorium on marijuana, but that ended when the presidential primary election on February the 27th. So this moratorium would extend until the beginning of June, and it would allow us to then be able to prepare the application of materials. We're still on track to start the application process in August. I believe the tentative timeframe is in your packet as well, too. If you need any further clarification, Mr. Murphy from Clark Hill is here as well, too.
Thank you. Any deliberation? So again, this just continues what had been a moratorium, allowed that to go through June 8th, and so that ordinance 2424 will be live and effective as of June 9th. Councilwoman James.
Could, excuse me, could the clerk repeat that again, because I didn't follow all of it, as to the reason why we are again requesting a moratorium?
So we're requesting a moratorium because the previous moratorium ended when the election was certified. And it basically meant that we should have had application materials available pretty much instantly. And we are in the midst of developing the application materials, so this just gives us time to develop the application materials. It allows the city council, because the city council is going to have to approve the scoring guide, and as well as the social equity program for the city as well, too.
Any final discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle on adoption of an emergency ordinance. And just to verify, an emergency ordinance is prescribed in the city charter, which allows for the waiving of 2 readings. That's the nature of an emergency ordinance. With that, Clerk Doyle, roll call on adoption of the emergency ordinance.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The emergency ordinance is adopted and is in effect through June 8th. We're at number 5 on tonight's agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution consenting to the application for Oak Hill Cemetery to join the National Underground Railroad Network for Freedom with the National Park Service?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second? It's moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. So the city of Pontiac has a very rich history, including as an important stop on the Underground Railroad and an early site for anti-slavery and abolitionist organizations and community members who were active in the process. Oak Hill Cemetery, the historic cemetery that is a municipal cemetery, is where many of those early freedom seekers, formerly enslaved individuals that sought and obtained freedom here in Michigan and elsewhere, they are laid to rest here. Also, early abolitionists, those that facilitated stops on the Underground Railroad, are buried in Oak Hill Cemetery. So it's eligible for national recognition on this national network for freedom that the United States National Park Service facilitates. But since it's a city cemetery, it's a municipal cemetery, all of us, we have to consent to it being, the application being submitted. So that's the action here tonight, saying yes, it does not require additional cost to the taxpayers of Pontiac, but it says that yes, we're comfortable with this city-owned historic site, these hallowed grounds, to be under consideration to join the National Underground Railroad Network for Freedom. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 6. That's the resolution celebrating a new business locating to Pontiac, LHP Engineering. They've selected Pontiac as the site for their new electric vehicle testing center. It's going to create 35 jobs and generate a capital investment of $3.6 million. This was announced by the state of Michigan late on Friday, and so we wanted to acknowledge that, welcome the business, and thank the Michigan Economic Development Corporation for advocating for a Pontiac site, because obviously there are many communities in the state that are pursuing economic development opportunities as well. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. The resolution is before us. Is there any additional discussion? Pro Tem.
Just one quick question. Has a testing site been stated, or is it?
The understanding is that it is located in the Center Point complex vicinity near South Boulevard and Center Point Parkway on the east side of the city, but I don't know the exact address yet. So as we learn more about when the facility will be open, how we can welcome the community, and when their job postings happen, we'll work to try and get that information out to the entire city.
All right, thank you, President McGinnis.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? All right, speakers list exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the adoption of the resolution.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 7, resolution in support of establishing a community benefits ordinance. Is there a motion?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. That resolution is before us. I want to give the floor to Pro Tem Carrington, who helped craft the resolution for our consideration.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. First and foremost, as I speak to the council, I'm hoping this resolution, from listening over the last past few years, I try to take as much of the things that you stated to put into this particular ordinance, as well as from the community. So hopefully this covers what we need to happen here in the city of Pontiac. Is it okay for me to read the resolution, President McGinnis? Pontiac City Council resolution in support of establishing a community benefits ordinance. Whereas the city of Pontiac recognizes the critical importance of fostering sustainable and equitable development within our community, and acknowledges the need to empower residents and stakeholders in the development process, ensuring that their voices are heard and their concerns addressed. And whereas the city is committed to promoting economic growth and reinvestment in our urban core while safeguarding the well-being and interests of our residents. And whereas the city understands that development projects have the potential to both positively and negatively impact our community, it is essential to mitigate any adverse effects and maximize the benefits for all our stakeholders early in the development planning stages. And whereas the city recognizes the value of establishing a community benefit ordinance to formalize the process of collaboration between developers and the community, ensuring that development projects align with the needs and priorities of our residents. And whereas the city affirms that the CBO will promote transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in the development process, fostering trust and cooperation among all parties involved. And whereas the city understands that the CBO will provide residents with a mechanism to negotiate with developers and advocate for community benefits such as affordable housing, job creation, environmental protections, and public amenities. And the city acknowledges the importance of circulating dollars within our urban core, supporting local businesses, and enhancing the overall economic vitality of our community now. Therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council supports the establishment of a community benefit ordinance to guide future development projects and ensure that they deliver tangible benefits to our community. And further resolve that the city directs the mayor to collaborate with residents, stakeholders, and developers to develop guidelines and procedures for implementation of the CBO within 6 months of this resolution being adopted. And further resolve that the city commits to providing resources and support to facilitate meaningful community engagement and participation in the development process. And further resolve that the city emphasizes the importance of promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion in all aspects of development planning and decision-making. And further resolve that the city encourages developers to proactively engage with the community, listen to residents' concerns, and incorporate their feedback into project design and implementation. And further resolve that the city reaffirms its commitment to fostering a vibrant, sustainable urban environment where all residents can thrive and prosper. Pontiac City Council, signed by the council, May 14, 2024.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Goodman.
Thank you, President Pro Tem, as we've discussed this before, as how important it is for City of Pontiac to have a community benefits ordinance to essentially say what we are demanding for our citizens and their well-being. I do want to make a small amendment to this, which is in the second resolved, having it say, directs the mayor to collaborate with City Council, residents, community groups, stakeholders and developers. So making those two additions of city council and community groups. Because I am very particular in wanting to make sure that the administration works very closely with council through this process, as we are the ones pushing for this and we understand the need for it, and then also making sure that the different community groups that do work within the city who can also again see the many different needs of residents have input on this community benefits ordinance as well.
Okay. There's been a motion to amend from Councilman Goodman. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. And Clerk Doyle, did you get that? In the second resolved adds city council and community groups to the roster of identified entities. It's been moved by Goodman, seconded by Carrington, so that amendment is now before us. Again, the amendment adding those two phrases. Any further discussion on that amendment? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the adoption of the amendment to the resolution, adding those two phrases.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That amendment carries. We're back to the main resolution as amended. All right, any further discussion on the main resolution? It's the resolution in support of establishing a community benefits ordinance. Hearing nothing further, roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm trying to clarify if this amendment is asking administration to write that ordinance?
Yes.
Or
The language
is
in the
that-
resolution calls for the mayor and administration to pursue the drafting of that ordinance within 6 months. So it'd still ultimately come to city council for adoption of what that finalized ordinance proposal would be.
Okay, I was looking for that in here. I don't see that it directly asks the administration to do that. So, okay.
The second resolve.
The city commits to providing resources and support to facilitate meaningful community
No, that's the-
engagement.
That's the first resolve. Go to the next one.
That's the second resolve.
Nope, that is the third one. There's the one right before it.
Resolve.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Further discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford.
2 questions. Why do they have within 6 months for to have them establish this? I'm a little curious.
Well, first we need to give them time enough to work on it. There's a lot of stuff on the table that we already have going on, so I think they need 6 months and time to develop guidelines and procedures for implementation.
Okay. Secondly,
You want to be recognized?
yeah, I would like to be recognized. To the administration, I yield to them, but this is my question to the mayor specifically, how much of the citizens will be involved in this when you do this process? So we have heard that citizens oftentimes don't feel like they're engaged. What are you going to do to make sure this is not the same 6 people that come? Because community engagement and community benefits need to benefit everybody. So what is the administration, what new steps, what new tricks do you have up your sleeve to make sure that this happens?
Well, it's a city council resolution, and we're in the resolution directing the mayor to engage with the community.
Right.
So we're the source of that. So he may not already have that defined, but if, Mayor, do you have any early reflections?
Well, I think we've been able to get, it really has depended on the subject matter, but at times we've been able to get a lot of residents to come out to town halls or listening sessions, feedback sessions. On other topics, we haven't had as many people come out. We want to continue to make sure that we're notifying residents of those opportunities, but all we can do is notify them. We can't obviously force people to come and have their voices be heard.
All right. Another perspective in terms of, there are other municipalities that have community benefits ordinances. We want one that is tailored to Pontiac's needs and challenges. And so we want one that's, rather than cookie cutter and say, oh, we'll just sort of pick and we'll just redo what another community has done. We want it to be one that works for Pontiac. And we know that that means it'll be a unique, probably a new approach, or at least one that is right-sized for Pontiac as well. So that's why we want to make sure it's done well. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Who decides who the stakeholders are? We do or they do?
It directs the mayor to engage with stakeholders so we can provide perspective and amplify, and if we identify that we feel as though it's falling short, really emphasize that or pass some more legislation that specifically calls out that that's a greater need. But in part, the burden will be on the administration to do it thoroughly.
So I asked that because they've had several interviews with individuals that are trying to bid on doing the youth center. And was anybody on council involved in those interviews?
I'm not quite sure what you're referencing.
I'm asking the administration, was anybody on council involved in the interviews that you've had today? Were they asked to be involved? I yield to the mayor.
Yeah, I think what the councilwoman is referencing is the construction manager interviews, and that's something that we did talk with Councilwoman James about, and she didn't feel that council members needed to be directly involved in that, unlike the design team interviews, which are frankly the more important interviews when it comes to the architectural design. And in terms of those interviews, we had 3 council members involved.
And so that construction manager decision, though, will ultimately have to come to city council?
That's right, just like any other contractual decision.
So
Again, the community benefits ordinance resolution?
I get that part, and I get what they're trying to say and act like, but I'm asking because I don't know how to say it anyway. I don't want to be obtuse, but it just don't feel great to me what this ordinance is. I mean, if you guys gonna vote for it, it just don't. And I'm gonna vote no, and that's just my opinion, and that's just where I'm at.
So this is the first council action on this question. Doesn't mean it has to be the last. And I encourage all city council members, if you think that any aspect of this resolution isn't manifesting, isn't coming to fruition, we can dial it up more.
It just doesn't have enough teeth for me, that's all.
All right. Councilman Goodman?
Hearing the concerns, it sounds like the council would possibly like members of council to be directly more involved in this process. You can give me thank you. So I guess in this case, I'd like to make another amendment and slightly, I guess, move where I placed council. Right? I guess the thing I would like to do is see if in that second whereas we can get representatives from council delegated to work on this. And by that, I mean I am absolutely willing to volunteer as one of those people. But that way there is at least some direct process between council and the mayor's office in this ordinance.
Okay, so Councilman Goodman already made an amendment adding city council in the mix, and so are you proposing specific language?
Yeah, so I believe that the current language would be the mayor to collaborate with city council, residents, stakeholders, and so on and so forth in a very equal footing as us with the residents, which no offense to that, I believe that we are equal. But in this specific case, changing it to where it says directs the mayor and representatives of city council to collaborate with residents, community groups, stakeholders, and developers.
Okay. The motion to amend has been made by Councilman Goodman, and who is the support?
Rutherford.
Councilman Rutherford seconded. Clerk Doyle?
Hold on. On this amendment.
I got to find out what the clerk needs first.
So we're changing the resolve, which was previously amended, that says the city directs the mayor to collaborate with residents, city council, community groups, stakeholders, to now say resolve that the city directs the mayor and representatives from city council to collaborate with residents, community groups, stakeholders.
Correct.
Etc. Okay, got it.
All right, it's been confirmed, so that amendment is now before us. Councilman Parker, you have a question?
Well, my actual is a statement, can we postpone voting on this until we get the language clear without having to change things at this meeting?
Certainly. If you'd like to make a motion to
Then I'd like to make a
postpone for 1
motion to
week.
postpone for 1 week till we get the language clear so that all of us can be in agreement.
Support.
Okay, so Councilman Parker moves to postpone for 1 week. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone?
So do
I
they
think
got to
technically
remove?
we have to remove
They gotta
our
remove
first
their,
and second.
Or maybe we need, I'm sorry.
I mean, we would just come back to it with the amendment. I mean, are you saying that you want to rewrite it in the week, you want it rewritten in the week that?
No, I think procedurally, because there is a motion and a second, that we have to remove it before.
No, it just means that's where we come back. If you postpone right now, it means in 1 week, we come back to the resolution with that open amendment. It's funky, but that's what the motion to postpone right now does. If you wish to remove the motion to amend right now, you certainly can, but it's already been moved and seconded that we postpone, so that's currently the motion that takes precedence.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a resolution that has been amended once. There's been a motion to amend it once more, but there is now a motion to postpone the whole ball of wax for 1 week. Moved and seconded. Any other discussion or clarification on the move to postpone for 1 week? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, thinks everyone's clear. Clerk Doyle, roll call on the motion to postpone for 1 week.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. It'll be back on next week's agenda. We're at number 8, Phoenix Place Apartments. It's a resolution requesting a written timeline on Phoenix Place Apartments enforcement actions and next steps. Any discussion? Oh, we need a motion to adopt it. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That's before us. Councilman Rutherford, would you like to speak to the resolution you requested?
Yes, I think it's so important that we give these individuals and give them a chance to be empowered and have their living conditions improved. That's the purpose why I wanted the resolution written, so that we have more teeth in the game. But not only that, and so that even though we as a city do not run this building, we do have a code enforcement department that is doing an amazing job, but they have to do more. We have an administration that's trying, but we have to do more. And so I'm trying to bring attention to this because it's in my district, number 1. These are the most impoverished individuals in the city, 2, and they're not being served well, 3. And so it is my hope that this administration takes this seriously. We already know that they're going to say we have a walkthrough last rental inspection on the 16th. I am aware of that, which I will be trying to attend, although didn't know that at first. And secondly, just hoping that HUD is in the mix, although they're going to say that HUD is in the building every week. Maybe we need to get a higher officer in from HUD to do it, because these issues are not being, to me, met with efficiently and urgency. And so that's why this resolution is wrote, so that they know in the Phoenix Center apartments that we are supportive of them, 1, 2, and we're trying to get some resolve. And so that's why I wanted it done. Thank you.
Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. We obviously do take this very seriously. We work collaboratively with Councilwoman Rutherford, and our code enforcement team has worked very diligently on this. We actually had to go to court before the Phoenix Place Apartments would allow us to do inspections, but we have, and by we I really mean the code enforcement team, has been conducting inspections. That's what's happening this Thursday, 2 days from now, on May 16th. We have what we hope will be the final inspection, assuming that Phoenix Place Apartments has actually done what they've been directed by code enforcement to do. If not, we'll have to go to court against them again. In terms of HUD's involvement, the code enforcement manager, Jack McIntyre, and I have both talked with HUD about the importance of this. HUD itself is formally in charge of monitoring this building, but they've actually outsourced that, if you will. They've contracted that responsibility out to the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. So it's actually MSHDA, not HUD, that's most directly involved, and it's staff of MSHDA, not HUD, that are in the building on a regular basis. So we will continue to press both HUD and MSHDA to fulfill their responsibilities, and then it's the city itself that is conducting yet another inspection this Thursday, May 16th.
Any additional discussion on the motion before us?
Just, I appreciate the mayor for speaking with clarity and identifying that all parties involved were involved and not just the administration. And also, I just wanted to encourage them to stay on the task, because it's not about who did it and what did it, it's about resolve. And that's all I want to see. And hopefully, we do see, because it is horrible. We had a individual that was here yesterday that was in tears, that had actual rat bitings on her arm, and we need to take this as if the question is very simple. If your mama stayed in this building, would you let this happen? And so I wouldn't let it happen to my mama, and I hope none of y'all will let it happen to your mama. And so I just hope that as we do this resolution on the 16th, that we come down on them, because they are making money, federal money, and taking from the rich, and and taking from these individuals, and not providing tip-top service. And I stayed in public housing for 22 years, and I know when I see a slum landlord when I see one. So again, thanks to the administration for clarifying that it was mischief, and let's just get this done so I ain't got to keep talking about this every week. That's it.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? The question is adoption of the resolution requesting a written timeline on Phoenix Place Apartments enforcement actions and next steps. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. We're at the next item under grants and philanthropy, the resolution approving Community Development Block Grant 2019 reprogramming. Is there a motion so we can begin discussion? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. We give the floor to Mayor and Administration for the initial information.
Yeah, thank you very much. We want to make sure that we're bringing as many resources to bear as possible for our home improvement program so that we can accelerate the home improvements that many of our residents are benefiting from, and actually expand the program and make sure even more of our homeowners benefit from the home improvement program. With that important context to why we're proposing the reprogramming of these CDBG dollars so that we can devote them to the home improvement program, I want to turn it over to our acting grants director, Renee Hall, who has been developing this plan in collaboration with Deborah Younger, who's our economic development manager. Ms. Hall, take it away.
Good evening, everyone. We are proposing that the 2019 Community Development Block Grant Funds from clearance and demolition program year 2019 is moved to the home repair program, because we need to spend our money that's currently in Oakland County. And we also had such a high demand for home repair in the city of Pontiac. And like the mayor said, in order to keep this program moving forward, we've decided to reprogram the funds.
All right, the discussion is before us. Do you want to specify the dollar amount?
The dollar amount is $392,781.37.
One more time.
$392,781.37.
Okay, and so staff and administration are proposing that it's no longer needed solely for demolition from the 2019 programming, so you wish to reprogram the funds to go into the home repair program, correct?
There isn't a shovel-ready project right now that we can demo this year. So we decided, because there isn't a shovel-ready project to do demo, we would reprogram those funds.
Okay. Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. If I recall, when we last discussed this, it was supposed to be specifically earmarked for senior home repair. Is that included in this? Because I didn't read it in there anywhere. I thought that was what we were doing. I know we were concerned with home repair, but I thought when we last discussed it, it was supposed to be specifically allocated to support what we had already done with senior home repair.
I am not aware of that discussion or who may have proposed that discussion. My understanding is that we were just reprogramming to home repair, but we can discuss doing it specifically for seniors.
Councilman Rutherford, followed by Councilman James.
Okay. Currently, there's 125 homes in the program for home repair, correct?
Yes.
All right. 93 of them have funding so far, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we don't get this money, if we don't use this, we have placemaking money in the ARPA dollars that we can use instead of putting CBGD funds. Would that not be correct?
We could reprogram funding for ARPA to home repair.
Okay, so this is a big question. We have EWAT that needs to be tore down. We have Purdue that needs to be tore down. We have the $500,000 for McCarroll. Wouldn't it be wiser to this administration, instead of putting it for home repair, that we take money from the placemaking money? I know you guys are going to present something next week to tell us that we should use it for something else. However, wouldn't it be wiser if we tore down Purdue, or use the money towards tearing down the EWAP, because it's slated to be tore down. It is dangerous to still have it up there, and I just don't understand. And it's not that I'm against the home program. I'm not at all. But I'm saying we have money. We don't have to use this money for this. We actually do have buildings that need to be torn down that we could actually slate to get torn down this year. Because we keep pushing down the road EWAP. We keep pushing down the road as other buildings. And someone is going to get hurt in these buildings. They're not secure. Sorry, they're not. We just had a group of people that was urban explorers this week, if you read the newspaper, who went into Purdue on the 3rd floor, so they're not secure. So we need to do something about that now. So my question is very simple. Could we use this money towards EWAL instead of taking this towards the home repair? And don't we have placemaking money? And what's the exact amount that we have for placemaking money? That's my question. Can you answer it, please?
Well, you said a lot at once. So
okay, I'll say it slow.
No,
Acting Director Hall, the one question was asked about just the dollar amount. If you want to, this is a city council decision, so you don't have to keep asking the staff unless there's questions for the staff. So what was the question you want Ms. Hall versus offering her opinion?
My question is, how much money do we have in placemaking? And can we, instead of trying to say we have nothing in place that needs to be torn down, couldn't we use this funding to tear down the E-Walk Center, which is ours and is our responsibility, and we have money already allocated for demolition? That's my question.
Okay. When I say shovel ready, that means that there's a process that any demo have to go through. They have to go through SHPO, NEPA. There are certain requirements that will have to happen before the building can actually be demoed. Right now, we don't have anything prepared to demo because the 2019 funds that's at Oakland County right now, we need to spend that as soon as possible, or we could be in jeopardy of losing those funds. So that's why we decided to reprogram these funds so we can go ahead and get them spent and get the money that's currently at Oakland County spent.
A follow-up question related to Councilman Rutherford's question. You've identified there's a sunset coming. What can you share with the City Council what that sunset is? What's the cutoff when those funds have to be utilized by?
Those funds should be spent down by the end of the year,
This
maybe
calendar
like
year?
October. Yes.
Oh, excuse me, so the end of the fiscal year for some entity?
For Oakland County, that's basically what we were told. We need to get those funds spent in order to get our spending ratio down.
Is it possible that the 392,000 and change would still be vulnerable to being lost if it isn't fully utilized by the home repair program in that timeline?
No, because we actually have something in place for it to be used.
Councilwoman James was next on the speakers. So the question, there was a budget amendment. I think Councilwoman Rutherford's asking how much was that budget amendment that in recent weeks was, I think, $3 million. I don't want to be misquoting. I think it was $500,000 arts and culture, $3 million placemaking and development. But then there's other millions of dollars in other unutilized categories that also would be eligible for. I don't think ARPA funding is eligible for demolition, correct? But it would be eligible to be further repurposed to the home repair program. But Mayor and Deputy Mayor, is that correct that ARPA funding may not be utilized for demolition per se, or?
That's not the case.
Okay.
ARPA dollars can be used for demolition, and when Director Hall brought this recommendation to us, one of the things that she noted is that ARPA dollars, if used for demolition, do not require SHPO or NEPA processes, whereas CDBG does. So that's one of the reasons why it would make more sense. Now, in this particular instance, we've got an entity that is interested in acquiring the Purdue site, as some of you know, and we've got for residential development, and we have a grant application into the state for grant dollars to demolish the Ewalt Center, as we've shared in some subcommittees. But even aside from that, if those grants or development opportunities don't come to fruition, it would make more sense to use ARPA dollars for demo rather than CDBG dollars, because CDBG dollars do require going through that NEPA or SHPO process, whereas ARPA dollars do not.
Further discussion, Councilwoman James?
Yeah, the question I have is, which I think is a larger question, is how was the decision made? I mean, I agree with the decision. I think it's been presented before. But I'm concerned about the fact that these decisions seem to be being made exclusively by administration, by the Grants and Philanthropy Department. So I guess I want clarification. How was that decision made on how are we going to use the $392,781.37? Was there any community input in that decision, or was it exclusively made by administration and this department?
Well, we held a public hearing on April 16th. We invited the community to the public hearing. It was posted on the website for public comment. It's been open for the public to comment, and any comments that it was just a suggestion that we reprogram the funding. We stated the reason why we wanted to program it, and the requirement of Oakland County is to have a public hearing on reprogramming the funds.
So the result of the public hearing, was it that the public approved the proposal at that time?
We did not get any comments stating to not reprogram it for home repair. If I'm not mistaken, we did get a few comments that we needed to put more money into the home repair program.
All right. In previous years, there have been other public hearings about reprogramming of funds, and two entities that other municipalities use their community development block grant funding for, I just want to put out there for City Council consideration. One is Pontiac Youth Assistance. The City of Auburn Hills, I think, uses all of their CDBG, limited small number, to support, since Auburn Hills is partially in the Pontiac School District. I welcome any guidance or perspective. Previous public hearings have offered community members saying they would like to see Pontiac Youth Assistance supported by the City of Pontiac, even if it's a limited amount. My understanding is right now the City of Pontiac is contributing $0 to Pontiac Youth Assistance, and so there might be merit to considering for this or other opportunities utilizing some of them, and that way it's done quick. You know, it's distributed to youth assistance, and therefore it's not at risk of being lost. Another is located in the City of Pontiac, but it's Haven, the domestic violence shelter and support services for helping families and victims of domestic violence. I know other cities in Oakland County use some of their CDBG funds to support Haven. I don't believe that the City of Pontiac directly provides any financial assistance, though residents, of course, benefit from it, and it's located in our city. So I just want to offer that consideration, especially if there's other reprogramming that we need to do before the time expires, which is very noteworthy. The moral of the story is that this City Council does not want to see any of the $392,000 not utilized to benefit Pontiac. So I think reprogramming is in order. The question is for what purpose? Mayor Graham?
Yeah, so we hear that loud and clear, and we do need additional resources for the home repair program, but I think it would be proper for us to postpone this a week so that we can take that feedback and come back next week.
And Councilman
I
Rutherford?
make the motion to postpone for a week.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we postpone for 1 week. So it's actively under consideration how best to utilize these community funds that are being reprogrammed from the 2019 year. So the City Council and through the community, through public hearings, set these dollars for demolition X years ago. And so now it's how will they be repurposed so that way they don't get lost, since they're not going to be spent on demolition before October comes, based on what the administration has shared. Okay, everyone clear on the motion to postpone for 1 week? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on postponement of the resolution approving Community Development Block Grant 2019 reprogramming.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, that motion carries. It's postponed. It'll be back next week. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the Community Development Block Grant Consolidation Plan to begin the discussion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman James for the resolution, so that we may now discuss it. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor to introduce your proposal.
Yeah, thank you very much, President McGinnis. We have presented in the past, in the context of the public hearing, the proposal here. None of these dollars are being proposed to be used downtown. I want to be clear about that. They are being proposed to be used in neighborhoods, particularly on the east side of the city, primarily in District 7, but also substantially in District 1 and in District 6, that are many times near downtown. But those neighborhoods were selected both to try to leverage some of the benefits from things happening downtown, as Economic Development Manager Deborah Younger has said, but also because those are high-need communities that have a lot of disadvantaged residents in them. And that's why this proposal came forward, to try to concentrate the CDBG funds in particular neighborhoods to really maximize benefit, so that we have something to show for the expenditure of these funds in high-need, disadvantaged communities. And this was worked on very diligently by both Director Hall as well as Economic Development Manager Deborah Younger. And with that, I want to turn it over to you, Director Hall.
Thank you. I want to just let everybody know this is a consolidated plan, a 5-year plan. And in this 5-year plan, it is from fiscal year 2024 and it ends June 30th, 2029. Within that 5-year plan, the annual action plan is from 2024 until next year, 2025. The things that are proposed in the annual action plan is the things that you see as far as the proposal for home repair, home buyer assistance, and the neighborhood aesthetic facades and things like that. I want to make it clear that, it's two separate things here. Each year, an annual action plan has to be done. Because this is the first year that we're actually doing this. We had a short turnaround time, and we included the community as much as we could, and we still have time to include the community and receive comments. So within this 5-year plan, the plan is a collaborative planning process between the city, the community as a whole, social service agencies, housing providers, and community development groups. The process was implemented by the public hearings, the stakeholder consultations, and statistical data, and reviewing previous community development plans.
Okay. All right, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I have one question for, this is for the administration. I don't know if Renee can answer this question. So does this plan eliminate community development block grant committees? Or?
Thank you for asking that question. The short answer is no. The longer answer is that something that we have said numerous times, the CDCs that are often referred to have long since actually expired. The CDC was set up for a very specific program that happened years ago. That program is done and over with. There is nothing, however, stopping that community group from meeting and having actions and organizing and coming to the city, which is what they have been allowed to do. But there is nothing in the current ordinance or current action that mandates that to happen. And so that is not included in here because effectively it has already sunset.
I guess, and I thank you for that answer, and I know this is before my time, me moving here to the city of Pontiac, so I'm trying to understand everything about the connection between, I know it's one standing group that has been meeting since I've been here in the city, and I'm trying to understand where we can make sure we have that connection, because you said that it's not mandated in this particular document, but can we mandate it? That we establish these community districts again.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman James?
Yeah, I want to be clear on what we're discussing here because this vote tonight is on your 5-year plan, but is the citizen participation plan a part of this 5-year plan?
The citizen participation plan is basically the rules that we follow to write the consolidated plan. As far as that's separate. What we do is everything that we say we're going to do in a citizen participation plan is what we done. It states that we will have a public hearing. We did that. Anything that, as far as when writing this plan, it should line up with the citizen participation plan.
Okay.
Which we have followed those steps.
Okay. That's where I have some concerns. I really think that the citizen participation plan doesn't quite meet what I consider, community engagement, in today's world. And
microphone off if you're going to sign.
I've got some concerns about that. I've got some real concerns about the citizen participation plan. Number one, it really was never and has never been brought to council in a very, I was waiting for us to have, now we did have the community engagement, what do you call it, the public hearing about it, but we needed to have a full presentation on this community engagement plan or this citizen participation plan, because in reading through it and looking at how it's set up with the individual contributors and groups and organizations, it's a whole new plan, and it definitely needs a full explanation to not only the council. As a member of council, I don't have a good explanation of it. So if I don't have it, I know that the residents don't have it. So we really have not had a full understanding of this new citizen participation plan. And in reading through it, I've got concerns that it doesn't give residents, I think, the kind of engagement that they need to have, they deserve to have.
Councilwoman Rutherford next.
All right. So you guys did a presentation. You gave out the literature. You did the information. Did they meet the requirements that you're supposed to have? That's question number one.
Yes.
Okay. Question number two is, there are always going to be people who feel like they're not engaged. Is there a place in the plan that people can be can engage in? So I'm asking this for a reason. Let's say I have a company. I want my company to be a part of the solution, not the problem. Is there any wiggle room for these companies to be a part of it? Because that's the big issue. People want to be a part of it. Is there room in this 5-year plan for individuals to be for people who are citizens to be a part of it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is it written in stone that it's there? Yes or no?
That is it written in stone?
What I mean by that is this, because I like clarity, so that nobody can be confused and making it into something that it isn't. Is it written in stone that individuals or organizations like the CDC, because that's one of the people that's going to want to be engaged, or what's your group called, Carlton? GDC, they gonna want to be engaged. District 5 gonna want to be engaged. Is there room for these people to be engaged? Because what's happening is this plan has been wrote out and worked on for months. We have to have something in place that has teeth in it, and we also have to still make the citizens feel that they are part of the solution and not the problem. Is there room in this 5-year plan for that to happen?
Yes, of course. Each year there's an annual action plan where we have to follow the same steps. We have to engage the public. By us having, once we move forward, we'll have more time to get started and include more time for citizens to be involved. Again, this is a 5-year plan, and each year an annual action plan has to be done so the community can engage.
Okay, and this is it's one more for the road and I'm done. So that's in writing, right?
Yes.
And people can get involved, right?
Yes.
And I'm asking it because I do not want this to not happen because people are getting scared because people don't feel like they were not a part of the conversations. And that's what I feel like is happening. Because if you did I know you were at every district meeting because I saw you. And I know y'all had a meeting there because I saw you there too. We have to do something. We can't, everybody can win if we get the plan started. What cannot happen is if we just torpedo everything and then it doesn't happen. And that's what I'm worried about. Because I understand community engagement. I'm not knocking nobody for doing it. I'm going to have my 2 minutes and I'm done. However, we have to get something in place. And that's why I asked you those specific questions. So thanks for being honest. I appreciate it. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so the city of Pontiac lost its community development block grant administration many moons ago. The emergency manager and the other powers that be, they made that decision, and so Oakland County has been administering funds that Pontiac is eligible for 2 buckets. This is one of them, the CDBG funds, and there's other home funds, right? But we're not looking at the home funds today. We're looking at Part A of that 2-part question. So Part A is before us, and the matter at hand, community development block grant funds. For Pontiac to again have the administration of these funds back in-house, the federal government requires a 5-year consolidation plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what's your time deadline with which you have to submit to the federal government a 5-year consolidation plan?
Friday.
Oh, duly noted. So.
And again, Council President, because we did have a short turnaround time, we did leave the public engagement portion open for anyone to, give comments and things like that while we were working on this plan as well.
What deviation is allowed between the 5-year plan and the year-over-year? Because the action plan has to happen each year. Is there the ability to introduce new initiatives or new priorities, or must it all be under sort of the lockbox of what you said in the 5-year plan? It's got to be in that range. What kind of flexibility will the citizens of Pontiac have in the future?
In each year, whatever the citizens propose and we're able to do under the CDBG regulations, we will do what the citizens want to do under that plan. The things that's in the 5-year plan is very broad when it comes to the community, so we can definitely work under that umbrella. There is lots of room for a lot of different things, including funding for youth assistance or various programs.
So that's helpful. So the federal government operating systems allows for the citizens of Pontiac year over year to expand or go beyond what was identified as your initial 5-year target with the consolidation plan.
Yes, because we don't know that what's going to happen next year, and there could be something that happens like COVID where we need emergency funds urgent funds to be available.
Okay.
So
I've got some other questions, but for the sake of time, I'll turn it over to some of my colleagues. Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman James.
Yes, first and foremost, I definitely want to thank you for the work in your department. This is one of the first resolutions when this council took office that we wanted to bring these funds back into where we control the funds and not Oakland County. So if, for example, if this doesn't pass tonight and you don't get this information in by Friday, do we jeopardize these funds, this program being brought back in-house? That's my question.
No.
No?
No. We don't jeopardize it coming back in-house. However, we would have to talk to our HUD representative to see what will happen for an extension on turning in the plan.
So the administration, I yield to the administration.
Deputy Mayor, you've been yielded to by Pro Tem.
Thank you. What Ms. Hall has said is fundamentally correct. A caveat or an amendment to that is we would jeopardize the funds not coming back to the city of Pontiac this fiscal year. HUD might say, you missed your deadline, you can reapply next year. That is completely possible and actually very probable from my conversations with the Detroit HUD director.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Councilwoman James.
Yes, that is noted, and I don't think, there's any reason for us not to approve this, but I do want to say that the citizen participation for this plan is not, it needs work, okay? Let's put it very simply, it needs work. There are 3 areas that the plan calls out: individual citizens participation, which is very vague, neighborhoods, again, vague, and other stakeholders. All 3 of those areas need a full explanation by administration as to how they are going to function. Because our residents know about community development organizations, they know about the CDCs. My group is called Community District Council. Our residents understand how those organizations work and function and how they connect with the city. What we don't understand is how does the individual citizen, the neighborhoods, and other stakeholders connect with how decisions are going to be made for community development. Because I'm an individual citizen, I write my ideas on a piece of paper. It doesn't mean anything because I sent in an idea. I have no idea whether that idea was looked at, was considered, what other ideas were considered. What I'm saying is this process needs really a full explanation, more full than what we have here in the document.
What I'm going to say is that we are jeopardizing money being brought back to the city. And no matter what anybody wants to say, that is a huge, huge possibility because HUD is not playing with us. This is our opportunity to show this community that we are trustworthy. We voted on this when we first said that we were going to bring it back in funds. That was our priorities, was it not, President Pro Tem? You can say yes.
Well, you
I'm yielding you to say yes.
Well, then you lose the floor.
Okay, well, then you got to give it back to me.
It's not how the rules.
Yes.
Well,
this is why I'm saying this. Yes, was it pretty? It was not. But was there community engagement? Yes, there was. Because they came to everybody district. They came to different meetings. I saw the presentation 3 times. 3. And it wasn't just me. It was put online. And me being extra, I placed it on my Facebook because I didn't want to hear this type of stuff. We have got to show these different organizations that we can handle our business and be diplomatic. Can it be improved? Yes, but we got to do something. Otherwise, we're going to look crazy again, and they're going to say, well, they can't get this done. I wonder what else they can't get done. And that's what's going to happen, and that's the reality. We are reshaping and replanting the viewpoint of how Pontiac is looked upon in other municipalities and from other organizations, and we got to show this by making this first step. That's all I'm going to say. I'm done with it.
What Councilman Rutherford said is true, and what Councilman James is also true. I don't view those as contrary. That a best case scenario is that the ideas for community development are bottom up, the community up. So if this is broadly for future years, if it's all, here's the idea, you like it, yes or no, let's keep it moving, that's top down. It's very unique, community development, block grant funding. This city council, moving forward, wants to see bottom up, that the community at the grassroots level is helping determine, shape, and improve how these limited resources are spent. I am comfortable with adopting the 5-year consolidation plan tonight, so that way we can keep moving forward with the broader goal of bringing that in-house so that we can be the determinants of our own funding destiny for community. And when I say we, I don't mean the city council, I mean we, the people of Pontiac. Because right now it is otherwise, and especially with the home funds that we hope to build from this to then pull that back in-house, that money is being dispersed all throughout Oakland County, not just on Pontiac, which is a big missed opportunity. So I appreciate the information that's been elevated tonight, that this does not handcuff the citizens to only this sort of roster of improvements with CDBG funds. It's saying we have checked the box. A 5-year plan has been written and submitted, and that's an important box to check to keep the process moving. And I would just advise the administration that we wish to see more bottom-up determination and shaping of year over year where the funds are spent. That was built into past federal guidelines that they've changed in terms of what that looks like or how that's structured, and we need to look at, for future years, how that's built in. Am I going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, no more CDBG, let's keep that rolling at Oakland County? No, I'm not going to make that call, but I will just emphasize bottom up's the better way to go. And right now it's more top down, probably because just for the sake of time, you got to get it in. But bottom up, and if we need to create a structure that's really clear, that has representatives from each district and has that coordinating council that it's happened in the past, let's pursue that. But I don't want to roll the dice and miss this opportunity for a year or more. So that's my perspective. But I will note, what we just considered before was reprogramming. So tonight, this says, here's where the few $100,000 or 1.5 million for the first year chance that we get. Through the course of the year, we can reprogram that. We can go through the process again and say, you know what? Saying this much to home repair and this much to corridor improvements for Osmond and Pike and Auburn and MLK and University, that's not working out. Let's reprogram it. And we have to, as a community, to do that, to make it a better one. And so I'm not going to lose that opportunity for us citizens by saying if it's not perfect now, we don't want any of it. Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, President, because actually I concur with everything you said, but I definitely think if we pass this tonight, that we immediately work on something, that we create these community coordination committees to bring them back to the table officially and not just, ad hoc. I think it's very important. I definitely, like I said, one of the first things that we worked on was to bring them back. And I don't want that to wait another year. And I'm torn between everything that I heard from the council tonight. So, but I definitely want those funds to come back and be in our coffers, and that we control our own destiny. I definitely believe in that. So I am asking that once it's passed, that we immediately go to the table and work on something that brings those districts back, that we can mandate some kind of full understanding of what that looks like.
Yeah.
Councilman Goodman.
I'd like to agree with Council President Pro Tem. Well, one, to concur with what has been said. We need this money, and I'm tired of, no offense to the county is skimming off the top of money that should be going directly to our citizens. So the sooner that we get that money back from the county, I'd say the better, because if we wait another year, that's more money that they will be taking to be administering our funds. So, like, to the point, we need to do better about bottom up working, and I'm not looking at you in any way, because I know for a fact that you've been working hard on this. Again, to Councilwoman Rutherford's point, you guys have come to my meetings. Deborah was at my last meeting giving the presentation. I've given out the presentation in paper format to different residents who have asked about it. So I think it's very important that we should do it. And I want to really drive the point home to really all of council that, yes, specifically, I've been trying really hard to get District 3. Iola, I can see that you're in the crowd. You are tasked with being a part of District 3's. But we really do need to bring back our district community councils because besides just this, we don't know the answers to everything. We can't be everywhere at once, and it would be better to have people more involved specifically in this, but in other things. So I think that is a massive priority for council following this vote, regardless, is trying to reignite organizing in our districts.
Any final discussion? Councilwoman Rutherford?
Call for the vote.
The vote happens when we stop talking.
Stop talking.
Okay. The talking has stopped. Speakers is exhausted. Roll call. Clerk Doyle on the resolution approving the Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you for your time tonight. And a quick point of information, that same Friday deadline doesn't apply for reprogramming of past year funds, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
I have to excuse myself.
Yes, ma'am. All right. We are now at public comment. First request, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, Dr. Deidre Waterman.
Boy, Council, I was holding my breath as you were going through the clip here on the CDC funds, CDBG funds. We don't need to send back any money to the federal government, all right? And my administration spent 2 years cleaning up the violations and the handling of federal funds because of past administration. So I'm glad that you are taking this on. You've been planning 3 years to take on the funds, but you got to be prepared, and you have to have administration that's prepared to handle these things and not come up to the wire, and then you're forced to make a decision that you're not prepared to make. So this is just incredible. But I think some of the dispute you heard from the public in terms of citizen participation was because actually you did have public hearings. 2 public hearings for each of the matters. But it didn't plan it well enough because by the time you get to the second public hearing, you only had 10 minutes left. So how can you have a public hearing in 10 minutes? So when people, of course people are going to begrudge that and say citizen participation wasn't good, but that's part of poor planning and poor implementation. And that is the disgruntlement you hear from the public. You cut it down to everybody had 1 minute. So that's facetious. That's not citizen participation in a 10-minute public hearing. That's nothing like any tradition we've ever had in the city of Pontiac. So that's why you're hearing the disgruntlement. And I hope we do that because actually the 2019 programming to use for homeowners assistance, homeowner repair, I was very much in favor of. And when I hear you talk about what are we going to do with $392,000, let's give it away. We're not the Kreski Eye Institute. We're not the Kreski Institute. We are the city of Pontiac, supposed to work for the citizens of Pontiac. I totally agree with using it for homeowner repair. Did you see all the people who were standing in line outside City Hall trying to get an application to get home repairs? Of course you need more money in that program if you're thinking of what the citizens need. I've heard others talk about, Colin Jones talked about the fact that more of this ARPA funding should go to citizens and to businesses. You know, that's what the COVID relief was essentially meant. So by having CDBG money that can be applied to the same programs, homeowners repair, that means you will have additional money. And you need a lot more if you're going to satisfy more of the people who need, who expected and are eligible to get the repair fund money as well as the small business money. So if you don't know what to do with it, you want to give it away to some other agency. No, you need to keep it right here in the so the citizens of Pontiac and the businesses of Pontiac can benefit from it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. James A. Carrington, I don't know who that is. Not my relative. Okay, now here, Mr. Jacob Walker.
Guys, good evening. First of all, I just want to say greetings to the council tonight, the administration, mayor, and citizens here tonight. My name's Jacob Walker. I'm with DTE Energy. And again, I just want to extend a heartfelt welcome to the open house that we're going to have here at the city of Pontiac on May 16th. It's Thursday from 4 to 7 p.m. I want to thank the Golden Opportunity Club for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning and talk to them about the open house and give them a preview of what to expect. Citizens can come to expect and hear about the 4-point plan to improve service here in Pontiac, but also other programs that we're offering to our customers. And so one thing I just maybe want to leave folks with, I think this is the beginning for Pontiac. I've got to know a lot of the citizens here and engage with them, the council members as well, and I'm just excited about what's to come here for Pontiac. And just thank you to all who've embraced me and embraced DTE and allowed us to come and be a bigger part of the community here in Pontiac. So thank you all. Again, love to see you all on Thursday from 4 to 7. I'll be there at the door, so you'll see me as soon as you walk in. Looking forward to seeing everybody, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Robert Bass.
Good evening once again. You know who I am. I ain't got to repeat it. But bottom line is I'm very disappointed. And I'm disappointed not so much in the council. I'm disappointed in a mayor that sat with me before he became mayor. Learned everything I was teaching about the CDC with all my members and supporters in those meetings, and then come back in here and flip the script. That's something that's not only disappointing, it's heartbreaking. But point of fact is, the deputy mayor, he's accused me of lying, and he sent y'all a letter about it. But he was disingenuous when he said that his son sat on this. That document that I gave. The document that I gave y'all to go along with that community participation plan. Are you ready? That document that I gave y'all, I made sure that it was a valid document even though it was passed in 96. Because as long as community development is operating under the same standards as those documents were drafted by, then they're still invocable. They have not been revoked. CDCs have not been disbanded. Show me a document that y'all got that says the CDCs were disbanded. They walked away because the emergency manager said we couldn't come in the city hall and we couldn't dip into their business, which they were right. It was by state law. But they could not disband us, and they didn't. And because District 1 held on and hold on, and we're still here, and we have not moved, we're one iota, you're going to say that we're not a vibrant organization. We are. We're a community organization, and I'm waiting for that to come to y'all. Because bottom line is, the CDC has nothing to do with all the other organizations. The CDC's always operated on their own because they were under y'all's power. Y'all the one that did it. Y'all the ones that legislated the CDC. The CDC is the only group that's legislated. Not only by y'all, by the state and the federal government, because you can't spend that money if a council person is running those meetings. Now, the mayor can put it all up under him and run it the way he wants to because he got y'all under the gun. He wants it back in-house. I want it back in-house. But what good is it back in-house if I'm not benefiting from it? You give him autonomy to do what he wants with that program. They came into those meetings that Melanie was hollering about already with a plan of action and implemented, and y'all had not even read the document. I'm not going to go on because bottom line is you're going to do what you want to because you're scared. You're scared to lose some money. But we lose it every year 24/7 because this city has not progressed in 30 years.
That does conclude your time.
Ms. Angela, is it Rakowski?
Angela Rakowski, I live on Oriole Road in Pontiac. I am in District 2, and I'd like to make an announcement about a cemetery cleanup. I volunteer and express great interest in Mount Hope Catholic Cemetery at the corner of Orchard Lake and Voorhees Road in Pontiac. On May 18th, we are having a cemetery cleanup, and all are welcome. We're starting at about 10 a.m. I know that there's citizens that do have family there, and a lot of times the word doesn't get out. So that's why I wanted to use this platform for that. I also wanted to say that on May 25th, again at Mount Hope Cemetery, we will be placing flags on the veterans' graves, and we are also looking for volunteers to help us do that. I was excited when I saw the wrestler kids here because this is a great opportunity for community service hours. If anyone out there has children who need to fulfill any of those, this definitely counts toward that requirement. So again, May 18th, cemetery cleanup at Mount Hope Catholic Cemetery. And May 25th, we are placing the flags on veterans' graves. So I'd hope to see anybody there. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Rosalind? Chris Rosalind?
Wow, okay. That should have been Chris and then Rosalind, if you can. And I'll go right now. Hello, Chris Northcross here. I've been a resident of Pontiac for over 70 years, and I'm grateful for the many opportunities the city has provided to me and my family to grow. And thanks be to God, to my family, my mothers, my father, uncles, children, my wonderful wife, the community. I've been led to be involved in the community for a number of years and still working for the active availability and abundance of opportunities for all residents in the community. Of course, coming to these meetings, though, I'm sometimes a little distressed that we sometimes take our eyes off the prize and we begin to vilify each other. And in the long time that I've been involved in politics and other issues and things, I find that, one must remain persistent, be passionate, keep their eye on the prize, must learn, listen, and above all, be civil, especially with folks that are in the same community as you are, because it's going to be the residents of the community in the future, regardless of which side they were on, that's going to have to work together to affect change in the future. So I really caution folks, we should be
be very persistent, be very passionate, but at the same time, we must be civil to each other because we're going to need each other in the future to really bring about any type of change. And I think we found that in the past years, we've stagnated in Pontiac because we could not come together. And we now have this opportunity to really grow and go in this community. Few seconds left. The item of citizen participation, that's something that has also bothered me. I remember we had the marijuana ordinances, and they had something in there about citizen participation, but that was not clear. So I think if you do work on a citizen's participation plan, it can serve a number of avenues of allowing citizen input to come into the governance. You know, not just this one area of CDC, but the whole area of getting the citizens to provide some input into the community. And again, I hope that we all remain civil to each other because we're going to need each other in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. Rosalind Norcross. Actually, if you're not ready, then I'll call someone else. Okay. Ms. Iola Miller.
Good evening. Iola Miller, District 3. I've come to a lot of meetings, and when I first started coming under Mayor Waterman's reign, I was really excited then because I was getting involved, and then when the new administration came in, I really got excited about where Pontiac is going. And I just want to say lately, my enthusiasm has been waning, and I don't know why. I think the city council meetings are kind of stressing me out. What I liked that I heard tonight was the plan to establish a community benefits ordinance. When we first approved the medical marijuana package, the task force, which I was a part of, that was one of the first things we talked about was a community benefits program or package. So with this ordinance, I'm really excited that now it's going to become an actual ordinance. What I do think that if we're going to have a community benefits ordinance, that should be in place before there's that application for the adult use marijuana goes into effect, because that should be a part of that application process. Or, you know, that's just my thought. Other than that, I didn't have any other comments except that I don't know whether to be excited or disappointed that Mary's not still with the city clerk's office. Is that what I understand? She's still there. We're not replacing her. This is a new position. Okay, great. Because that election whole process is a big thing, and I'm really excited that we're having an election on the 6th and then again in November, and we need all the help we can get. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Rosalind Norcross.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Of course, I'm here to talk about M1, so I'll do that first, and I have a couple other things. As the new DPW department head, Mr. Ragsdale, said tonight, resources and training are necessary for employees to do effectively to do their job. I am advocating on behalf of the residents of the Neighborhood Association for District 1 that the Code Enforcement Department receives the training and resources they need in order to effectively monitor and enforce the city's noise ordinance. As I said last week, we are a David going up against a Goliath, and we are not experts in noise or sound. And in order for the tickets that we issue to stand up to legal scrutiny, we're going to have to provide our code enforcement people with the best training instruments that we can afford. Otherwise, the tickets won't hold up in court, and the neighbors and the residents will be saddled with noise, 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 and no relief. So if we want them to do a good job, like Mr. Ragsdale said, we need to make sure that they have the training, the resources, the equipment they need in order to be able to do that job. Currently, 2 tickets have been issued to M1 for failure to comply with the city's noise levels. The M1 concourse attorneys are vigorously opposing these tickets. We encourage council and the mayor to include in the upcoming budget sufficient funds for code enforcement, to consult with experts in sound monitoring, to purchase the proper equipment, to provide the training and the overtime for employees who are going to be monitoring M1 events, as well as on weekends when members of M1 use the test track like they have been doing almost all day today. That's it for M1. Also, with my 35 seconds left, I also am in favor of the CBO, and I want to see more meat on the bones so that citizens know how we can participate in this giving input and feedback and suggestions to businesses who want to locate in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening once again. Let me just start off with, let's pay attention, and I want to just give a lot of kudos to Mr. Jacob Walker. Now, I've seen him here 2 Tuesdays in a row throughout the duration of this meeting. This is big business now. DTE representative. And I've had some time to talk with him. He's sincerely about how he can engage, understand, and relate to the needs of people here in Pontiac. We can never forget that Pontiac is made up of 70% black and brown folks. I am going to request our city government to truly put together a DEI statement or format, because we got to understand, especially when we start hiring people. Now, I work in workforce development. I'm going to tell you, we have to deal with all different nationalities, and it takes an effort to understand the background of people who maybe don't have the same background as me. And if we don't really take that serious, and you start looking at just credentials, they have had the privilege of white privilege so long, you will not get good candidates that look like this community come to the table. We got to face it. And that's what diversity, equity, and inclusion is all about. And Pontiac needs to understand, we have to understand that. That's not putting down anybody. I respect the fact that we bring on new people, but any people don't take time to stay here, like we as a citizen stay here all night. I'm a little disappointed these folks who got appointed tonight, where are they? I mean, they brand new here. They should be learning about us. I don't want to knock them coming out the boot, you know, and I believe with Brother Northcross, I really want to be engaged, and I believe most of us want to be engaged. I heard some great things. Councilwoman James, you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the, how did this come about? How are we actually making decisions when we put proposals? And if you guys are frontline council people, we expect you to ask these questions. When you see it in the package, ask these questions so you know. But Mayor, you have to understand, some of us who've been here in the trenches for a long time, we haven't seen you do a lot for us. We really haven't. We really be coming down here trying to see how you're going to engage and show you want to engage with us. Maybe you want to put us as last priority. That's not the way it go. Pro Tem, you said it right. It's like top down. And the citizens at the bottom. I want to be a help to the city I live in. But each and every time I reach out, it's like, well, because I come to the mic, you know, and let's push him down. I know my time is out, but let's kind of put the citizens in the mix if we really want this city to come up. But thank you to Mr. Walker with DTE. I truly want to work close with them, and I think it's going to make a difference for our city.
Well, thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon, Council, Administration, the Council that's left here for quorum. Council, Carlton Jones, he and I, again, we was raised in the same neighborhood, exactly 5 doors down from each other. So he's right. He's soft talking, I'm to the point. Again, the citizens of Pontiac, 70 years we have seniority. And that seniority, we have been through the trials and tribulations. But let me say this to you guys first before I go to that level. Understand this once again. I have to at least once or twice a month remind you. Washington, Chicago, Detroit, Troy, Tennessee. There are so many states listening to you guys, and they're looking. And these are not people who's illiterate either. These are people who's taken in consideration and say, what the hell has happened to Pontiac? But let me tell you this. You worried about building up our reputation? You need to build up the council's reputation and take control. You have an administration that's telling you what to do. You have an administration that's not telling you the whole truth. And I am here to tell you, with that CDBG fund, I was at that meeting, and I have told the mayor what his Deborah Younger has said. She said to us that it was a done deal for downtown. She said to Mr. Bass was there, Ms. Miller was there, and this is what she said. We're going to focus on downtown first. Now, when you come in telling somebody, resident, that you're focusing on downtown, where is that going to leave the residents? You're not leaving the residents with anything. You're leaving the resident in the thought that it's going to all be about downtown. But let me show you some more. Your actions, when you have constables that's supposed to represent each district, your Councilman Nicholson last week, no one knew he was dying. He said himself, I'm dying, shame on you. How was I supposed to know he's dying? The only thing the people see that he's not in his seat every week. But they do know he's in his seat when it's time to vote. Half an hour, he'd be there for a minute and he out of there. So this is what the people are looking at. The people are looking at, Councilman James, you sit there and you have very good valid points, but yet you turn around and you vote for wrong after stretching your points. Mr. Carrington, you're trying. Mike McGinnis, you long-winded. And the people are not getting, you don't want the people participation. The people rather hear you say you don't want our participation than you to sit here and play us like we're crazy. People in Pontiac who's 70 years. Do you know 70 years, you old enough to be my child, you old enough to be my child, but you, Mr. Karen, old enough to be my brother. Ms. James, you old enough to be my aunt, and Mr. Parker, you old enough to be my father, probably. So let me tell you this. We learned something out of 70 years of living here, and we learned this. You do not want the people participation.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller. And that's the last person on public comment, President McGinnis.
That's good, because I'm going to tear it up. Let me tell you something. First, I want to get the business out the way. Because, see, I'm not diplomatic. I ain't going to tell my age. God is good. I'll leave it at that. Age don't mean anything. That's the thing of what young people, they think that because you're older, you don't know anything. We lived this, we wrote this track, and I'm going to put it out there. But first, I got 2 things to give you, Parker. The property over there by me, that land, the grass is up to, if coyotes was running around today and we running them out. Okay, would you get whoever owned that property, please cut that. And then coming down Featherstone, I forget the streets, but you'll see it right there by by Amazon. It's 3 lots there. It's getting so high you can't see over there. So if you can please take care of that for me. That's all my license for the night. I don't come down here to please anybody. I keep saying, Mr. Norcroft, I hear what you're saying. My father taught me you earn respect, okay? You earn respect from me. You don't just get it from me. You earn it. Mr. Bass have ran the CDBG. He's one of the most powerful entity in the city. I used to go to it when I first got in politics. I knew the South Side. Everybody knew the South Side. And I'm going to tell you something, Mayor, you messed with the wrong side that time. Because we put mayors in and we take them out. It's just amazing how I never seen a council in all the years I ever come down here work for the mayor. He don't work for y'all. And for all my constituents out there, and all my supporters, I hear you. Now I'm talking to you. Get ready. And I'm putting it out there. We're looking for a mayor, and we're looking for 7 council people. I'm putting it out there. I'm just that bad. I'm not begging them anymore. You don't have to beg them anymore. You talk about this $397,000. You know what it's going to go to, Pontiac? Not a damn thing. This city like a trap. I run around, I drive around the South Side. I can't even go to the South Side anymore. I got to go around all the way around University. It's nothing prepared, everything disarrayed, traffic everywhere. People are complaining. Maybe you guys don't hear about it. They call me all the time. They fired up. It's not like what you're thinking. Yeah, you got some supporters, but I don't think you're going to have enough. I think that it's time to get rid of all of you. Time out for this stuff. You make everything look so great. And I just got to put it out there. I heard that there's not a superintendent for the school, Mr. McGinn. Is that true? Haven't been one for a while, almost a year. Is that true? I keep telling you guys, we know everything. We know everything. Know everything about you too? You. I'll tell you about it later. Let me tell you something. You can't do people wrong and don't expect for God to get you. And that's what happened tonight, and I'll leave that at that. I keep telling him, I'm a child of God. I ain't worried about nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes public comment.
Okay, the question was asked at the end. None of us are on the school board, but yes, it's public information. It's been in the news media that the superintendent of the school district of the city of Pontiac, Kelly Williams, is on leave and has been, I want to say, since January. It's been a minute. So there's an interim superintendent, one of the assistant superintendents. So the school district and the school district administration office would have more information, but that is public information about the current school district superintendent leadership. All right, we are now at discussions. First up, seeking status update on resolving matters with Cypria, restating $400 monthly benefit for retirees. Any updates from the administration to share with the community?
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. So, yes, we have some very positive updates. As I've been saying for several months, we've been closing in on a final deal with Cypria, and as I said a couple weeks ago, we presented a signed term sheet from us, which is to say the city and its attorneys reached a tentative agreement with the attorneys for Cypria a couple weeks back. I signed the basic outline of that agreement, and then we sent it to Cypria. And Cypria took that last week, about 8 days ago now, and took it to their membership, and they voted to approve it. So very positive news there. I think that this is an agreement that actually will make sure that we're safeguarding the pension fund so that it doesn't go bankrupt and saddle the taxpayers with an expense or jeopardize retirees' basic pension and retirement funds. It also will safeguard and protect the healthcare VIBA to ensure that retirees get the healthcare benefits that they deserve, while at the same time, in a responsible and fiscally prudent way, restores the $400 monthly stipend for retirees that they were given during the time period that they did not have retiree health care. Of course, retiree health care was restored a couple years ago, but I think we can responsibly, in a fiscally and financially responsible way, restore that $400 per month stipend, as well as giving retroactive pay for the roughly 2 years that retirees went without that stipend. So we're really excited about this. In terms of next steps, the attorneys for both sides will have to write up some additional legal language to take before the court, and then ultimately get sign-off by the judge who presided over the class action lawsuit that was commenced way back in 2013, I think it was, 2012, so that the court, the judge in this case, actually signs off on it. It may take a little while for the attorneys to draft that legal language. In addition, the agreement calls for an actual list of retirees who will be included in the retiree healthcare VEBA, because there'll be some expansion of retirees who are entitled to those healthcare benefits compared to the original settlement agreement. And we're not sure exactly. I think the biggest question is when will we actually be able to get on the court's docket and get in front of the judge. But we are optimistic that we'll be able to get in front of the judge, get court approval, and get everything wrapped up and finalized no later than Labor Day. So we're very excited that in the next few months we should have this entirely and completely put to bed, and both do good for the city's retirees while simultaneously being very financially responsible to protect the pension and the retiree health care fund.
Thank you, Mayor Grimal. Council, this is a discussion. Have any questions concerning Cypria? Hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Mayor. You want the floor.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. Just, Mayor, you glossed over it, but can you just explain briefly the idea that there are individuals who were not originally included in the settlement, and as a result of this agreement, they are now included?
Yeah, it's a good point, and I wanted to try to be somewhat brief, but this is actually a really important point, that there were a couple of categories of people who were left out of the settlement, and as a result have been denied VEBA, meaning Retiree Health Care Fund, coverage. One category is, let me first say who was covered by the VEBA Retiree Health Care coverage under the settlement agreement. Anybody who had at least 10 years of city service with the actual city government proper, not including the 50th District Court, as of December of 2011, but didn't work past that date, was covered by the Retiree Healthcare VEBA Fund. But if people had at least 10 years of service as of December of 2011, but kept working for the city past that date, whether it was 2 weeks past that date, 2 years past that date, they were denied Retiree Healthcare VEBA coverage. They will now be included in the Retiree Healthcare VEBA. Similarly, there were some people who were given written agreements during emergency management that said they should get retiree health care. They'll now be included in the retiree health care VEBA. They were not included. Also, 50th District Court retirees were not included in the retiree health care VEBA. They will now be included in the retiree health care VEBA. So this is actually a way to make sure that we're safeguarding retiree health care for additional retirees who were neglected in the original settlement agreement. The other thing that I'll note is that under the original settlement, both retirees and their surviving spouses were entitled to receive retiree health care through the healthcare VEBA fund. But only retirees could opt out and receive a $20,000 payment for opting out. The settlement that we've reached with Cypria will allow surviving spouses to also opt out if they choose to and receive a $20,000 opt-out payment.
I guess I'll turn it back over to you, President McGinnis.
Hearing no further discussion, we'll move to the next one. Does the city have a permanent finance director yet?
We do not, but we do begin the interview process tomorrow.
Okay. Any further discussion? It's obviously a priority for the city council and the community. We'll keep pursuing the question. Next. Oh, yes, Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
Do you know how many, can you tell us how many candidates you have? Is it just one or more than one for the finance position?
Yeah. You have the floor.
Yeah. We have 3 interviews scheduled for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, does the city have a permanent grants and philanthropy director yet?
We do not. We do not have interviews scheduled, but we have a few very promising candidates that the recruiting firm is reaching out to. The mayor has additional information.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we have conducted a number of interviews already. I think we've interviewed 4 candidates for that position, but we've identified through the search firm some additional candidates. I think 4 or 5 additional candidates, maybe more than that we intend to interview, as the deputy mayor already said.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll keep revisiting. Next, does the city have a permanent coordinating team for the American Rescue Plan Act funds yet?
We don't. We have begun the search process for those folks. I know that City Council did adopt our recommendation to create a couple of positions and/or to hire a consulting firm to assist with that. And obviously, this is of critical importance. Our deputy mayor, as you know, will be giving a special presentation next week around the ARPA plan and timeline. And as part of that, we'll provide some additional insight into exactly what the plan is in terms of obligating all of those funds in a timely way.
Okay. Any further discussion? Obviously a priority for the city council, so we'll keep revisiting the question. All right. Now we're at subcommittee reports. If council members are able to keep it to a minute or so, we can blaze through. A part of me wants to postpone it for a week, but that'll just eat up time next week. So let's be speedy if we can. Communications, anything that needs to be shared?
Yeah. So in the last communications subcommittee meeting, which I do not remember exactly which day it was held on at this exact moment, we're going over the things that will be like, the development of the budget presentations and the newsletter, as well as like some gateway signage and, construction notices and mailings. The event plannings throughout the rest of the summer so far. So Juneteenth, music in the parks, the arts crawl, and the dream cruise. Some updates about cable for some purchases that need to be made, and then those budget amendments will be coming to council. And then just some last minute things from, well, not last minute things, some things from IT and revolving some repairs that need to be made, some status of where we are on a couple different projects. And hopefully some more progress that has been made on a click fix type of program. But that's what I have so far. Thank you.
Thank you. For Economic Development, Housing, and Planning, I chair that subcommittee, and next is Facilities and Property. Councilman Rutherford chairs that subcommittee, so I just want to hit a few quick items that deal with both, and she and I were at both of those subcommittee meetings. One is the Purdue School. It's controlled by the city of Pontiac, and the council members present really emphasize that we want to see the boarding up of those higher floors. The building needs to be secure, and we were really impressed with how McCarroll School, owned by the city, was boarded up just before the skate park grand opening, which was an amazing event. But McCarroll, which is owned by the city, was secure, was presentable. We want the same for Purdue School as well. So just for the sake of time, that was the biggest, hottest emphasized point. Finance and Personnel, that subcommittee is dealing most directly with the budget and the city's financial status. So we have, as a full council, are looking at multiple budget special meetings. The next one is this Thursday at 5 p.m. The community is invited for this Thursday at 5 p.m. That is May 16th, if I'm not messing that up. And then the following Thursday, May 23rd. Those are the next 2 special meetings on the budget, both here. Right here, yes, sir, in the city council chambers. All right, we're now at Law in the Courts. Chairman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Law in the Courts did not meet this month.
Okay. Thank you. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works.
Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, Sparks Grant, we got a report that this was a $1 million grant that was written. We did get a second inquiry from the grantee asking some questions, which we answered, and we are still waiting to hear the final report. On the mini and neighborhood parks, our contractor, Spalding DeDecker, has completed all of their community engagement. They are making some minor changes to a few of the plans, and the next step will be a resolution to bid for construction drawings within the next 2 weeks. Maddie McKinney Hatchet Park, the city has confirmed, is working to confirm the permission to use the construction drawings that were provided by the Pontiac Community Foundation. And the next step, hopefully, will be to do the RFP to hire a construction contractor. Crystal Lake Park, the city is engaging and getting quotes to do some major cleanup in that park that will include removing a number of dead trees and just really cleaning the park thoroughly so that, you know, people who want to go out there can and would be able to find a clean space. The mayor said that for the community parks, that all of the design work that will be done for the community parks will include prioritizing bathroom renovations, so that we really expect to get our bathrooms reopened, you know, through this opera investment in parks, to get our bathrooms reopened in the major parks. Recreation Center, the next community engagement meetings will be May 30th and June 20th. City administration are currently interviewing for the construction manager at risk position, and a discussion will be, or a decision will be made within the next 2 weeks. On Tuesday, May 21st, the administration will give an update on the use of the remaining opera funds. Only one item for Public Works, and that is that they will be requesting 6 additional large dump truck vehicles, and that request should come before council within the next 2 weeks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Public Safety, Health and Wellness, Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Our next meeting is June the 13th at 4:30 p.m. I don't currently have any updates.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes subcommittee reports. We're now at number 21 on the agenda, closed session. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in a closed session to discuss trial or settlement strategy in accordance with MCL 15.2689 subsections E and H in the case known as Nature's Remedy versus the City of Pontiac, and for an update on other pending legal matters?
Moved by Carrington.
Seconded. All right, so it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. That motion is before us. Is there any discussion? Okay, for the community's benefit, if this passes, we'll announce what time we go into closed session, handle the legal updates in private, and then we'll vote. When we're done, we will vote to come out of closed session and announce that time and proceed with the balance of the meeting, which includes announcements and closing comments. You are welcome to say it may be a lengthy period of time, but you are certainly welcome to say in the People's House, City Hall. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on the motion to go into closed session.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are moving into closed session at 9:03 p.m. Thank you. Could I please have a motion to come
So
out of closed
moved.
session? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Parker, that we come out of closed session. On roll call, I'll do it quick for the clerk. But again, Goodman and Parker. Goodman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Carrington, how do you vote?
Yes.
James, how do you vote?
Yes.
Parker, how do you vote? McGinnis votes yes. That's 5-0. We are out of closed session at 10:28 p.m. Again, moved by Goodman, seconded by Parker. We continue with the agenda for time. We do have it spelled out. Clerk, are you okay with allowing it just to stay in writing? The City Council convenes next this coming Thursday at 5 p.m. for the special meeting on the budget. All right, we're at City Council communications. For the sake of time, they are written on the agenda. You can check them out there, hard copy or online. Mayor, are you okay with allowing your announcements to be there in writing?
Well, I would like to announce just one thing quickly, and that is, I know I've announced in the past that we have 2 additional listening sessions coming up regarding the design of the Youth Recreation Center, one on May 30th and one on June 20th, both at 6 p.m. But I do want to mention that we have a location for the May 30th listening session, which is 46 North Saginaw. There's a public space there that's often used as an art gallery, and that has been loaned to us to have the May 30th listening session at 46 North Saginaw at 6 p.m.
Very cool. All right, closing comments, Mayor Greimel.
Nothing, in the interest of time.
Bless you. Deputy Mayor? All right. Clerk? Councilman Goodman?
Nope.
Councilman Parker?
Just one thing.
Microphone?
Just one thing. I just want to let everybody know the Harrington Hills Association meeting will be tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. at Harrington Elementary School. Have a good evening.
Go Harrington Bears. Councilwoman James, anything?
I have one. There will be no meeting of the District 4 Community Council this month for the month of May due to a conflict with the budget meeting. So again, there will be no May District 4 Community Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies if that conflict arose. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, just actually, thank everybody for coming out tonight. Just one quick thing. STEM Day with President Pro Tem Carrington, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematic Activities with Pontiac students, June the 1st, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Ruth Peterson Senior Citizen. We got the KFI STEM Ignite coming out. We have the Wings of Fire, the Pontiac Robotics team coming out, free food. So please come out. We have a great STEM activity at Ruth Peterson. And good night.
Thank you. On that note, City Council has received a request to have a special presentation from the robotics, the Wings of Fire robotics team. So in the coming weeks, we'll try and figure out what's the agenda that's not the craziest, because we want to celebrate them as well. Thank you to everyone that came out for the great conversation at our District 7 monthly meeting. For May, we had great participation and a number of new faces. And I just really want to commend the council members that were present that really made that skate park grand opening such a success. That was such a beautiful event, great turnout, great positive vibes. That asset and attraction in Oakland Park really serves the community in unique ways. And it was just really beautiful and how the Rodriguez family was there to celebrate the family members' legacy. So I just want to congratulate all the community members that came out and all the members of City Hall and City Council that helped partner with the community members with the skate park project to make that possible. That was a very beautiful day. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Support.
Moved by Parker, seconded by Goodman. Hearing no discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
We stand adjourned at 10:32 p.m. Thank you all for your service to our